Alright. Trial part 2. Guys, this is almost over.
Ah!
I don't want it to end.
Sorry about that.
I don't want it to end. One found the truth about Lucky Young forever. Rumors hate him. Oh, I forgot about Strongheart. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. Bye, Mesa. Yeah, the stream deck is connected again. We're feeling awfully brave today. Right, Billy? He's all grown up. Yeah, the cheater. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Yeah, I'm sure you don't know. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Yeah, Jigoku, that's— you nailed it. That's him. Naruhodo's a Japanese name, yes. I don't know if it's a word. I don't know Japanese. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present in this occasion that we will stop at nothing. I knew he was gonna do that. Because that's what cheaters do! To uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. That's the title of the chapter. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asagi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Oh, that's a good question. How's it pan out, Cotton? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Look at him prosecuting as a victim. Or no, not a victim, the defendant. Savage Van Zeeks. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. Oh, well, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Oh, well, if he sent it to Strongheart, Strongheart's probably like, I guess. Even though he knows exactly what's up. I'll allow it, right? Prosecutor is the defendant, and the defendant is the prosecutor. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I'll accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. I feel like Zeus just wants to say, you fucking bastard. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. This prick. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. I know, I feel like so much has happened, and like we're still defending Zeeks. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barrack Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. All this new music, you guys. Prosecution is more than ready. To cheat? Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asugi, begin. As you wish. Bring Seisho Jigoku into the courtroom. Oh my god, pimp! At last, we reach the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. This new music. Come on, Rinosuke, it's time for that steely resolve because it's gonna test it to the limit. Jason? Witness, state your name and occupation for the courts. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? Right, Hedrick? He's so hot. Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. I like how parts of his beard are like out. It's like jail bar pattern. What is that beard? I never really stopped to realize how wacky his beard actually was. And it's like curved. How long do you think it takes to style that? Pimp as a man crush? I mean, can you blame him? I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. It's like they're all in ponytails. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But they're not, but they look like they are. Especially when he's wearing that suit, am I right, guys? My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan, as well as presiding over the Supreme Court. He is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Artificial beard? No, don't say that. That is a real beard. That's probably fake. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as representative of his country. I heard he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask, is that beard real? Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. Decline to comment. Wait, you came all the way here to decline to comment? What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that as a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. Oh. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. What, Oliver? Are you good? Oh, he's good. You just walked in and smiled at me. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you've resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. You good, Ma? That's really what it looked like. Yeah, I'm good. He's just chilling. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Wait, what? Is it this? Telegram... By stealing yeah, because he had that. I still don't know what that is. Hold on, I have to re-go through everything. This is the practice drill. That's gonna help us in this for sure. The sword's broken. Passports for Gregson. That's the talk to Sholmes. That's that. Yeah. Okay, and these are for the case. Is the evidence stolen? It's not admissible? I mean, but it has his name on it. Well, wait, in this case though? Because that's That's the that's the last one. Or not the last case. That's that does tie it to him, but doesn't specifically tie it to this case. Here, I do have to inspect this now that I'm here. Parts have a pocket watch that you twist. It's called the crown, I believe. It's probably the attorney's badge. Are they saying it's tied to the pocket watch? I mean, I can't like combine. Oh, I see. Okay. I honestly didn't even notice that. The thing looked massive, like a doorknob. Yeah, I didn't think it was like the small piece. I thought, like, in my eyes, it was like this huge, like, doorknob-sized object. A perfect fit. I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. McNotes, new information at once. Okay, so this... So this would tie it to this case, because... Okay. I just... Because it's Judge Jigoku and this case, so I'm like, is that what they want from me? But it's probably the other one. Yeah, okay, it's what I originally thought, but it's like, when I combined that, I'm just like, well, this is proving it to this case. Okay. I should just always go with your gut, you guys.
Take that!
This is the telegram detailing communication set between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names. K. Asugi, Ashin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Or Ashin. You little. Oh, he's got a slam! Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Wait, he doesn't even know? The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asugi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asashi, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Aishin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also visiting students. Kazuma Asugi. Asashi the assassin, can you believe it? Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asugi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. Hi, Sparks. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense is acquitted is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! He's just gonna laugh or something. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? I honestly thought it was Strongheart though, so this is... Unless Jigoku and Strongheart are actually... like, in it together. Oh my god, is Iris Jigoku's daughter? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission. Let's all adopt her. Why are you suspicious of all the judges? Well, I mean, now he's suspicious of Jigoku. Strongheart's just suspicious. Look at him. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. She's the daughter of both of them. But actually, I didn't lie. Oh, here we go with the friggin' loopholes. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seisho Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Did it? You deliberately avoided saying a name? Defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. No, it doesn't, because you are in on it, dude. The fact you literally wanted to claim I actually refused to testify. Yeah, like that was our first red flag. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? They're both like laughing on the inside. They're like, oh my god, they totally have no idea we're in on it. Same Jigoku. Sholmes is her dad. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in a contempt of court. Dude, he got you. You gotta testify now. Don't laugh. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Kazuma killed Gregson. Oh, I refuse the assassin exchange. I know, right? I'll testify, but I'm fucking lying. He's just lolling the whole time. Okay, it's true that Kazuma Asugi was assigned to the... Wait, oh, assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. Okay, so since from the get-go it was him. Nah, he has this all planned out, Shank. Yeah, can we get a picture of Jigoku doing the lol emote? Yeah. Silo, yeah, just know that not even that much stuff happened. It's just the information changes very quickly in these games. The target was Inspector Trigger, okay. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission because he died. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Was that chicken? If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. There's freaking evidence of a gun being shot. Are you dumb? You try to cover it up with a picture. Yeah, exactly, Sparks. Like 2 sentences makes that go that crazy. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. So he's admitting to having an assassination plot that's pretty sketchy. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Okay. I'm trying to think of like why... Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? What are you not saying? PC is good for now, Gyro. It's been good. Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this Operation in Japan, then tell the court to identify your counterpart in Britain. Okay, Beef's computer is also good. It has to be bigger than we think. Yeah, it's like the freaking... The government's like in on this case now. It's not just like, who killed Tobias? Like, it's... This is how the first game ended too. It was a simple... We thought it was a simple murder, but it was... It tied into a government conspiracy. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I fully admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. But he still attacked the trunk. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. No, it's not! Sounds good, Pato. Enjoy dinner. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. Oh, I hiccups. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. No, he wasn't. He was killed on the ship, and then he was brought there to stage his death. Objection to IRL there. Yeah, this whole... Kazuma, everything you're saying is a fucking lie, dude. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrack Van Zeeks. No, he's not! The prosecutor's accusation remains unchanged. Oh, Kazuma's stuttering now. Kidding, that was me. I gotta raise the stakes, oh, of course. No, I'm into it, I just think it's funny. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Yes, Strongheart. Freaking stupid. Look, his eyes almost look like they're wide, like, oh shit, I'm getting caught here. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Like you, Strongheart, be that as it may, is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. No, he's trying to divert the suspicions. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? No! Absolutely not! Fine. He's gonna take Strongheart down with him. Good. I hope he does. Let's not worry about all the shady shit I'm guilty of. Let's go back to Gregson. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Can I cross-examine Kazuma? Because he is full of shit. Like, the fullest of shit you could possibly be. That's Kazuma. The assassin exchange. Hold it! I don't even know what it said, but I'm holding it. Alright, Yurigo and Kazuma is still in Japan. Okay, just to save my voice and so I can go through this a little quicker, when it comes to cross-examination stuff, I'll probably read a little less out loud, just as a fair warning. So if you keep my stream in the tab, but you want to pay attention, this would be a good time to pay attention. Okay, wait. What's the first thing he said? Oh, and he was still in Japan. Okay. How is he even still the prosecutor, right? Constable. I'll never forget. I remember exactly what you said. You just came on and asked you forthright to consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission, and then he just said yes. No, that wasn't at you, Pato, but it is an example. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then you'll kiss me that if I didn't accept, I would be considered for the study tour. Oh, he still does that. So you agreed to it just for that? So he's like... Okay, to me it sounds like Kazuma just like he really wanted to study in England and they gave him away. It's just like, you have to kill somebody. And he's just like, okay, I'll do whatever. And then later he thought about it, it's like, shit, I really agreed to assassinating someone. Well, I'm not gonna do it. What's the worst that could happen? Yo, what if Kazuma faked his death now that I think about it? But that wouldn't make sense because it's not like he wanted amnesia. Wait, what happened? Wait, is Cloudmark okay? Oh, I see. Okay. His car broke down, I think? Okay. I just... He's fine, luckily. Okay, I just like I peeked over and saw some stuff Cloud was saying, so it's like, oh my god, is he okay? Made a crude meme. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on, I'm trying to get the preview without actually clicking on that. Bum, bum. I like your Twitch name. Or Twitter name. That's him at the standout, that's what I'm thinking of. To go to Birdie, you must execute Order 66. Okay. Alright, anyway, agreeing to send the student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. That sounds like the Borat title. For the first movie. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Will be done, my lord. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Look, they're both being so catty with each other. They're either fighting, like they're boyfriends and they're fighting, or they really are in on it together. Target was Inspector Gregson.
Hold it!
Are they a ship? I support it. Or both, pimp, yeah. So they exploited his desire to come to England. I feel like they just thought he'd do whatever he wanted. Or whatever it would take. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Well, you certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asugi. Damn! Jigoku's fighting with everyone. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. It was the orders from Britain. Yeah, from Strongheart. Ask Strongheart! By making him kill somebody? Name S. Strongheart. Oh, do you? I don't have that message. No. No.
Oh, gee.
It's... I edited it too hard. No, it's just, oh, dear. Perhaps there's some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up with what? The fact that assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Bullshit. Bullshit. Guess I've already admitted my recruiting Asugi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
Oh, and one. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about a special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? I know, right, Shay? There's so much going on. That was impossible simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement. Okay. Hold on, wait. Wait, when did they find out? 2 weeks after it departed. Okay. Okay. So it's wait, so they couldn't make another assassin because they couldn't dispatch another assassin because Ryunosuke was going to Britain? My hands were completely tied, so Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. Sholmes is so smart. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? Good! Fuck this guy. I'm sorry, Pip, no offense, but fuck this guy. I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony gone by the witness. See, he keeps trying to make it go back to Gregson. How is, like, if that's not suspicious... And we know he has something to do with Gregson. Okay, here we go. It's ship time. We're gonna get our contradiction here. Beard population. I'm sorry, Pip. It's always the bad ones. I'm about to be exposed. Please move on. All right, outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. I need a Ross clip of that. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken up posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door. It's Chicken! So wait, is he gonna be a witness? Oh god, we're gonna take another recess. That particular time, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we wait for Judge's return. I miss beef stroganoff. I never had chicken stroganoff. But I also miss the character, Biff. He's intending to take the witness's life. Yeah. Exactly. I've said numerous times now I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts, too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Not you, Beef. Then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Clearly I can't be involved? The crewman who is standing directly outside your cabin door? I love when witnesses say, clearly I can't be involved, because that 100% means you are involved. Nothing gets past Ryunosuke. Well, but he said clearly, so he's probably right. Clearly. Hi, Momin, how are you? I keep reading that as Hello Peepsy, like Pepsi, but with Peepsy. I had spaghetti that night. Clearly, I can't be involved, right? Like, what the fuck is that supposed to do anything? But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was the first-class area, which is also, of course, the quietest. Hey, don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. Pimp, your boyfriend's insulting Susato. Oh, I didn't mean. What a bastard. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that, a bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he'd find an actual bullet. Are you fucking kidding me? Do we have pictures of that? We don't even have pictures of the bullet hole. There's no way. I stare like everyone's behaving splendidly so far. Pipsy a word? It is now. What excuse? I know, right? That's not eaten by a woodworm. Like, it's a fucking gunshot, dude. That's the hole in this argument. Oh, God, Ryunosuke, me and you like this. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me, but obviously... You gotten your beating yet? Don't worry. Just wait for you to resub, and then I'll be like, oh, who it is? I'd have been arrested on the spot. It would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness cabin on the night in question, clearly he's innocent. I hate you so, Strongheart. X Factor. Glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma's selfless feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Yeah, good! Oh dear. It's hard not to see that a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. I'm missing the joke. I really think the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? What? Jigoku lying? No. My Ace Attorney games? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, of course. For insulting you? Okay, I think it has to do with the steamship. I can't prove the gunshot. Okay, hold on. So we have the trunk, possibly. The sword, the drill, the component, and the... Okay, so these were found in his room. We know that deals with Gregson's stopwatch. That's... Yeah, I mean, that deals with the murders, but I don't know if that... $10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures, which will take 20 minutes. On the 31st. Okay, so if the crewman was gone for 20 minutes... Which one was that? Wait, do we know when it... Oh, fuck. Were we given a time? Pipsy means easy. Pipsy whipsy. Pipsy dipsy. What the fuck? Ew! I've never heard of these. Okay, Urban Dictionary is like... It feels like a completely alternate universe when I hear stuff about that. Why does Urban Dictionary have to take cute words and make them gross? You can say peeps. No, say peeps. It just... It looked like you were spelling Pepsi with 2 E's is all. I feel like that's like... When you put it that way, Flame Enforcer, it sounds like British slang or something. You say the same thing about Sonic fans. Those sully my reputation. I didn't know what those mean. So clearly, I'm not the killer. Yeah, you can say Pepsi. If it looks like Pepsi, that's fine. Okay, I don't know when...
Objection!
Okay, I don't know when anything was taking place. I don't know if it was 10 p.m. or not. Yes, the court has heard there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to witness claim, he left. He wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. He's back at it. I love that. I feel like, okay, in the second game, Sholmes isn't even in it that much, but everyone's constantly just like shaking their fist at him, just like, Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? During that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. So in summary, Judge Jigoku, I don't think it's a wormhole. You had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Dude, Judge Jigoku, come on, you can't be killing Gregson here, buddy. 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because I say so. Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. I wish, Fung. Yeah, Pimp Dan, that's Scooby-Doo. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense had the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defendant at once, counsel. It's this.
Take that!
Boom! Just throw it in his face. Like a bullet. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? Crown of a pocket watch? Oh, that's funny. You know exactly what it is. Oh god. I'm good never going into that territory, Cafe. He does have one, you're right. But it's so, all you mean is that it's so small. It's just like I'd have to like squint. Like, what is that? Is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. From across the room, yeah, I'm sure. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. Clearly, in the cabin occupied by you. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Oh, now I'm the murderer again. I see how this is. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. I rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that would result in having anyone having to listen to this dribble, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombette. What the fucking— oh my god. See? They're just projecting. We're clearly right. Just took out a gun. That would be pretty insane. I hope that doesn't happen. I think it's clear that the witness would have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you stumbled. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. See, Strongheart's just mad at Jigoku. He's just like, you fucked up. Yes, I do. Yeah, did he just admit he didn't print an innocent? Oh shit. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to that cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. He had a guest waiting for him? Tobias? When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though. I couldn't wait to run away after that. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It's nothing to do with his murder. Oh my god. This testimony is so fucking... The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. There's that C word again. There's clearly... Clearly you're lying. Oh shit, pimp, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Which is another reason why she probably got away scot-free. Ippon Seoi? Common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. Would you like me to demonstrate? Everyone's just like, Ryunosuke! Volunteer. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavy for his watch to take. So Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? No! Brett was bird hat lady, yeah. All I did was break his neck. He probably died in some unrelated incident. Yeah. Everything's connecting now. I know this is so interesting. What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. No way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Are you new? I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But this testimony holds. Judge goes with you, no involvement. Alright, cross-examination time. Yeah, all I did was smother them to death. They probably died in a different situation.
Hold it!
This is all a test. Jigoku! Ponzo, we have, this telegram was given... They found this in Judge Jigoku's office, so he's presumably the mastermind of the four names. So he's more than just in on it. Sure, Kazuma, sure. Alright, Gregson told his inspector he wouldn't have... what? He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had a trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. The man of the crewman was convinced. What's that? Let me go put on a coat, a mustache, to have a bag of chips, and be like, hey, I'm an inspector. They're gonna be like, oh, you look like one, so... The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. Bag of chips may as well be a police badge. But the cabin before its occupant returned and immediately disembarked the ship. So he's claiming he was like hardly even on the ship. So he just walked in.
Hold it!
Foolishly waving a gun at him. laughing?
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun. So, okay. Gregson was holding a gun at him. He didn't have time to get help. He did his super fast Ippon Seoi. Sure, the commotion caused the crewmen to come in, didn't it? Oh, yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him and make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Well, the guard never mentioned that. Now we need the guard testimony. Russian accent. Often do you laugh in public when you think of random funny thing? Oh my god. Cake. I don't know. Enough. Enough. That's how often. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
I still think Strongheart's behind everything, but now I'm also lumping in Jigoku with him because he's being very suspicious. Well, I mean, obviously, it's not clearly. Co-mastermind. Referable to the man's head being pulled off for his spine cracking. But the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. Point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, it's the wormhole. That's what the start of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. It's a fucking gunshot, dude! Aww. Jake. That's so nice. You googled Ippon Seoi. I want to see what this is. Oh god. I was moving my mouse. Oh, okay, it's over the shoulder. It looks... What the diagram, since it's like step by step, it looks so slow. Like, I can't imagine somebody pointing a gun getting duped by that. Sometimes funny? I'll take sometimes funny. Hey, sometimes funny is better than never being funny. Know what I'm saying? I'll take the absolute bare minimum. Okay, Inspector, clear kill evidence is trying to break. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Dude, it's almost like people move things because they have arms. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? You put it in a suitcase or something. In a freezer. Well, yes, that's true, but when people die, they are killed. This man has never played a stealth game? Yeah, clearly. Dude, come on. I did all this shit when I was 9 in MGS. You're telling me? No, I'm kidding. Obviously. Clearly, MGS didn't exist before anyone over here is just like, excuse me, MGS didn't exist in the 1900s? I'm pretty sure that's not my problem either. As I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Like, I have this whole thing in my head right now. And I feel like they're just trying to confuse me. Wait, what did he say before that? I was still thinking of Metal Gear Solid. All passenger luggage is expected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. I don't think the border police would query a corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. Unless somebody paid them off. There's no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Well, it's probably because it's not in luggage. It was like in a freezer. But perhaps not. Yeah, Susato. Mrs. Sato? Oops. Sorry. The freezer! We heard the first-class passenger were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard, which would mean the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's right. True, Billy. Transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Fox singing. Hi, Horace. It's called Victorian discombobulating combat. Discombobulating. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Yeah, he's gonna OJ Simpson this. I thought it'd be perfectly clear, but it seems I'm gonna have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
What do you mean? There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers are crew to Sabar, pass the same checks. I met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have bought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Damn, we still don't have that. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. There's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what may happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, could be. Okay, hold on. Because it's in a freezer. I don't really know how to prove to, like, I don't have a freezer. I can't show them a freezer. Here, I brought this massive freezer with me. Plus, like, he's Judge Jigoku. He could have paid people off, obviously. All right, what do we have? I wish I had more evidence from Jigoku's room. Well, he had his sword. So, like, clearly there's exceptions, because you can't even take weapons. Yeah, none of these would really matter for this case. Or for this part. Alright, guess waiting for him. It has to be one of the later ones. Like, I really want to... Like, yes, there is a possible way. I just don't know what to prove it with. like inspected everything. This is Gregson's. So what's this blood? By the way. How big is this case anyway? Like I mean you probably can't shove Gregson in it, but yeah, like it does seem this does seem very small. Cause like you called it hand luggage, and it's like just looking at the handle makes it seem like it's meant to just be like a one-hand kind of deal. And oh. Do you see on the stream? I'm not covering it, am I? Yeah, the case. It's here with him. Gregson's body's still in there. That's it. Cause I said like I was saying that it's in his trunk. Because I remember when you go to his crime scene, you see the trunk, but we don't have evidence of the trunk. But we do. Gregson was in the picture too. Okay, let's see if we're right. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Objection!
Yes! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. We took that picture with Gregson in the trunk. I know, that's really fucked up. Remember before when I was just like, oh, now I've seen an entirely different light. One last photo with Gregson. No, wait, is that... no, where is it? Naruhodo's face makes more sense because he's just like, something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. He's like, shit, I hope they don't find out. She's just perfect in every other way, and so is he. I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transport of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Something smells like corpse and chips. Corpse and chips? That sounds so bad. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, Gregson! Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? See, I don't remember him saying that because I haven't played that part in like 2 weeks. That's 2-week-old memory? Gone. But they're saying just a few inches away from a dead body. I know, this is all really fucked up. You guys. Oh, Gregson. I knew you were jealous. Ha ha ha. God, it's even in frame. If only we noticed the blood leak. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. Why? Judge, why did you bring your luggage, like, in the photo with you? Yeah, he hid there before. But that was before he put the body in there. Wait, no! He put the luggage back? He put the... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I didn't even think of the order of events for a second there. Oh, gross. Ew. I mean, maybe he cleaned it. Maybe he just bought a new one identical to it. Maybe he has 2 of those. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Just hose it out. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. That was supposed to be a happy picture, now it's not. Order? I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. Okay, so that was the whole point of him being in there, I guess, to prove that a man could fit in there, I guess. Verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Yeah, let's shove Kazuma. Does Ryunosuke want to volunteer? But inside his trunk, how horrifying! After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of this requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found on is large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. The SS Grouse is no exception. I think it was they just kept the room cold, right? Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? He was like bragging about it. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. I was not expecting this, you guys. Oh, he's laughing. You laugh? Well, this is all very heartening. I can see there was a wise move letting Asugi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in a new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Get him. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? She is trying to take control. Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused Barrack Van Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range. No, it was a firework. Since no tangible evidence exists to prove the prosecution's claim at this time, defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. What the fuck? I'm afraid that's how the logical reasonings the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Oh, shit. When his eyes all the way open, looks nuts. He definitely looks like a man who's about to lose it all. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Is it the passport again? Because we know where he was on that day. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Wait, it can't be that again. No, because that means I guess his pocket watch would have been broken. Is it his passport again? Well, I guess he could have like, wait. Oh god, they probably want me to go back and find one of these, but I don't remember everything. I don't remember everything because I did this part of the case like 2 weeks ago. So I have to, all right, let's see. Let's go back. Let's try to remember everything. That's from the Daily Vigil case. How many people have been banned? None, Toasty. Can you believe it? Use my memories. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Okay, here. We're good with photographs. What evidence contradicts what? The claim that he died in that room. In this room. Because we already established that it's the fireworks that made the gunshot noise. Oog is life. Oog is life. Oog is life. Is it the pocket? Hold on, Judge, just a moment. I know, right? I'm just like, hold on, Judge. I have to tap into my 2-week-old memories. Yeah, these are newer ones. Is it the autopsy though? Because Maria Gori. I have to go to the Runeby Mind place. Like, I know he didn't die there. I just don't really remember specifically what evidence would. It's just a bunch of Devil May Cry emotes. Bump bump. Fox stopped streaming because he heard you being hungry yesterday. No, he actually didn't. He actually just, it was a coincidence. I feel like it's the autopsy. Because we talked to Maria Gori earlier, so I feel like we're gonna have to relate her back to the case. I don't know. I don't know what to show. Sure, coincidence. I was slamming the refrigerator door profusely. Theodorian. Teeny voice shout objection, the GBA speaker. Aw, objection. Like, I wish I had evidence of the room itself, because the room itself has a gunshot wound. Okay, I'm just gonna show the autopsy report. I don't...
Take that!
Okay, it's wrong. Let's hear the music. I wish we could show the room. Like, that's all I want. The room has a gunshot wound in the wall. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? I mean, oh, surprise. Is it clear? Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time? Oh, thanks. Thanks for the advice. Prosecutors in the inspection died instantly when he was shot to stay on Fresno. This evidence clearly contradicts the state. Nobody took the room to the hospital. Oh god, remember when he was choked or supposedly choked or whatever, and we had to see he had no choke marks? Okay, I have two things to say. One, it does look like he's been curled up in a suitcase. I know, right, Toasty? Thanks. Did we establish this yesterday? Why are they still asking this? Yeah, that's why I'm like a little annoyed, because it's just like, we already know. Okay, one, he's curled up in a suitcase position, and two, I don't know how to prove that he died instantly. Or like, to prove that he didn't. I don't know, like fucking blood? Why wasn't the wall that was shot that brought to testify? Yeah, man, I was just being in the SS where I was minding my own business. I got shot. Try to shoot him, but I got hit as well. I mean, it's this whole scene is suspicious because there wasn't... I don't know, is it...
Take that!
Photograph of the victim, the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture. Okay, cool, it was the posture. Because I was like, are they gonna try to make me point out something, like, specifically? Got that way fascinated. It was just the position that, like, made me think it could be it. But I was really hoping they weren't going to say, like, what about this photo gives it away? I'm like, because I wouldn't have known. Okay, so sweet. So if Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. First person I've seen not lose all their points for that one. Aw, thanks. It's literally just the pose of the suitcase. See, like, this is the thing with Ace Attorney sometimes, where it's just like, you have to assume the game knows what you're thinking, or the other way around. Like, you have to know what the game knows you're thinking at the same time. So it's like, it's hard to tell with some of these. You could easily have adopted the fetal position. Is that how you spell fetal position? I thought it was like, no O. You could have easily adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
Both are fine. I think OE is British. Oh, okay. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? We fought a war to leave the O out. Thank God. Having to type in an extra O. Ugh. According to his autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... I feel like Soseki, because I keep hearing things in the hallway, and I'm just like, is that Bob? But I keep looking behind me like I'm Soseki. I have to start, like, organizing my hair, or, like, my bangs. Look behind me. The inspector's body took on the posture and head of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of the large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Mod checking in, but Soseki went. We do need something like that. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it would contain traces of the victim's blood. But he was in there. Ew. We have a little bit of Soseki in us, yeah. That contradiction seems pointless. They could have just examined the trunk anyway. Yeah, a lot of these games are also like very minute steps. Don't hear Billy hear you say that. Shh, Billy, don't ignore me. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusation. It's not baseless! In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Yes! I decline to answer that. That's a yes! Show us your trunk!
Objection!
That blood could have gone there some other way. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Whoa! Whoa! Billy doesn't need to work on any more emotes. What's it to be? Jigoku, what's it gonna be? You can't be serious. You did it? Show us the trunk. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asugi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. He's admitting it! Dear God, outrageous! I totally had no idea! So it was you! You admit to inspector's... No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. Oh, you forgot. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? He's Strongheart with all of this right now is like Phoebe. This is brand new information. I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. Yeah, that's true, Cafe, from that point of view. It's like, you brought the body. You're supposed to throw it away. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. What, Kazuma? And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life, but he didn't do it. My suitcase. That's what the ocean's for, Jigoku. It's the ocean. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asugi. You bastard. So is Kazuma just gonna, like, hop over on my side now? I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, prosecutor Kazuma Asugi. Oh my god, they're fighting! Oh no! You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Van Zeeks is innocent now, right? That's true, yeah. We have more pressing matters to get to, though. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? See, he's just projecting his guilt onto somebody else. Like, that's even more guilty. You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asugi. No, it's 100% Jigoku. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to that assertion. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asugi? Not possible. Even though Kazuma's kind of a jerk to us now, he would never... We know him. And we don't know who this Jigoku guy is. He keeps diverting the guilt, so clearly he's guilty. Right, Flames. Like, alright, good luck, Kazuma. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is? No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime. What? Well, for starters, he had 2 swords on him, not a gun. Is that gonna matter? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have. Oh my god, to present? What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asugi's involvement? Is it the sword? I'm gonna go ahead and say it's the sword. Because it's Kazuma. Oh god, I'm gonna lose a life. He doesn't have a gun. But if he had a gun blade? Oh, that'd change everything. Should we inspect it to see if it's a gun blade? Oh shit, we haven't even inspected this at all. Oh my god, maybe it is a gun blade. Karma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Oh my. That point on Strongheart's hair is supposed to represent a unicorn horn like his hammer. Oh yeah, maybe I never thought of that. Okay, where's the button that turns into a gun? This is a really pretty sword. Okay, I don't think it's a gun blade. Alright. Allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of prosecutor also used involvement. Well, he said he left. He said he left. Before it docked, right? So he wasn't there at all. How do I prove that? How do I prove that he just wasn't there? I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. None of these is related to Kazuma. Evil Yamato? Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Evil Yamato. Unicorn bed sheets. Okay, it's probably this. Obviously, Van Zeke's turned into a bat and flew onto the ship. But Kazuma didn't. This is literally the only thing I have that has Kazuma's name on it. It's not this. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Name is based on Virgil's sword. I know. I figured. What's the name, Yamato? Welcome. I hope you enjoy. We also have... We have Virgil using Beowulf. He gets his first child gift, no subs because you have no money. You keep the money. I just have to prove that he wasn't there at all. Judgment cut, it all makes sense. He judgment cut from off the boat? I mean, yeah, he could. Alright, Sholmes, I need your help. Damn it. Hi, Mark. But see, now I'm not so sure because, like, well, this is Gregson's trunk. Like, it's not that I necessarily think that he's not involved at all. I know he didn't kill him, but I don't know how long he was there for. Like, we know he attacked him. Like, we know he attacked him. Is it the trunk? No, because that would prove he does have involvement. Oh, I can inspect this again. Okay, nothing revealing there. God, I like his trunk, by the way. It's got a book. It's got like 2 shirts or something. There's that soap. Another book. 2 bottles. 4 very thin shirts. I wish I could pack that light. All right, I don't know. Perfect trunk for body hiding. Yeah, I'd like to see somebody try it. Tons of junk in that trunk. Screw it, it's this again. I mean, can I just prove that it's the impossibility of his involvement? I don't know. I mean, the gun itself. I'll just make space for Virgil. Yeah, like, I have to get rid of like a sweater just for a figure. Present everything so you get the right answer. I mean, I could. This game doesn't really punish you with getting stuff wrong, other than forcing to listen to dialogue. Again. So we know. So he swiped his blade and then he left. But that doesn't demonstrate that he wasn't there. But we know he left. Trying to prove a negative. What's the game doing? Prove you weren't there. Alright, prove he was. Wait, did I try and present anything yet? I don't think so. I just wish I had. I wish I just had like a picture of the room as evidence. Because anytime I'm in doubt, I would just show that picture and be like, just look at the crime scene. Excuse me. Ugh. Sorry. I have no idea. All I can do is think about the sword getting lodged in the trunk, because then at that point it's just like he tried. Here, what if I say something wrong and then...
Take that!
Okay, it's wrong. What if I say something wrong and then Susato's gonna be like, pick this one! The curse of the Reaper, he's getting at me. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Alright, Susato, help me out. Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san. Or I'll end up being upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being hurt. Very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Oh! Yes! Wait.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members SS Grouse, my lord, is a conclusive proof. Because that would mean Kazuma's off the ship at that point, because that's only when the ship went off, or went away. I know, that's not even a hint, that's giving you the answer. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Alright, I was completely overlooking this. Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? Oh, for hydration? I need to hydrate with more coffee. Called you nerds. Cancelled. Oh well. On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired the shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Asugi stated in yesterday's proceedings, "I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship." There's nothing wrong with being a nerd. Don't let anyone tell you that. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asugi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yarg! The itinerant strike again. I feel like I've presented that as evidence 3 times already. Alright, when in doubt, it's the... what's it called? When in doubt, it's the evacuation drill itinerary. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Virgil is a nerd and he's cool and I love him. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. Where's that? Where's the evidence for that, huh? Yeah, I agree, Shank. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof, then where is it? Look how dismissive he is, because if the defendant said like, oh, it's easily verifiable, judge would have been like, where's your proof? But the prosecutor says that? Sorry, the music's so good. Prosecutor says that, judge is just like, oh, okay. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. It's what Taco, these are conversations. This is how conversations go. One person says something, people respond. Grr. Look, he's about to blow up. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Well, this is England, not Japan. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? See, Jigoku. Was that damn trial 10 years ago? Oh, he's admitting it? That's when all this began. He's gonna blow up. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. He's actually gonna... It sounds like a volcano. Oh, shit! Oh my god, he's erupting! That's illegal! It's over! My life is over! What happened? Use the force. What just happened? Alright, no need to break property. Jesus, dude. Isn't that a felony to break government property like that? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. You saw a Super Saiyan, alright. Imagine his hair actually did go blonde though. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asugi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. Thanks, Jones. Hi, Jamal. He's a super assassin getting killed by a random reporter. I know, right? What a freaking loser. Well, yeah, a Russian ballerina and Sholmes, like, secretly made this happen. Like, they weren't even working together, but they made it happen. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. Made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. She literally just pushed a guy and like all hell broke loose. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. A sham mission? By the Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Ah. So that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. Not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. It's Strongheart! Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. So Inspector the Reaper? I know, who else could it be at this point? Like they're being so coy about it, but it's like we know. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, he would have died anyway. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. I don't want to know all this. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. So I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. Get him, Gregson! Bang. No, Gregson! I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. He's gonna take Gina with him to France, so that means she would have been in danger too. I think so. I don't know. Well, she wouldn't have known. It was just like, she would have been trapped right into it. Sorry. Oof. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then arriving in Dover, you conceal the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Yo, Tai Leon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. He knew all that. Yeah, that makes sense, because if he knew that plan, then he would know where to hide the body and orchestrate everything. Right, Bagel? Known for his strong heart. No relation to Strongheart. I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you in the hotel then. Oh, Gregs, it's our last photo with Gregs. Guess I was like, no, wait, guys. Wait, do we have that photo here? Look how happy he was. And now he's in a truck. Well, then he was. I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. Pigeon! Jigoku killed Gregson and tried to hide the body in that trunk that you see right there. Well, he did hide the body in the trunk you see right there, and then you try to pin it on somebody else. Happy Gregson. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived the candle trick there and then. He thought of that in like 2 seconds. He's just like, oh, perfect. Those firecrackers sounds like a gunshot. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? Kazuma was asking the real question. For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. He just put on that. Oh my god, imagine him with his beard and that. The hairpiece piece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Redhead League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I'm surprised it worked too. Yeah, I guess no one saw him leave the room because it was like 15 minutes later? Like, I don't know. Who was there within the 15 minutes? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of the overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... Ah, saved by the fish and chips. But it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Ew. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Fish and chips solved the murder. I have manly men in court and then Naruto. Oh, he freaking Super Saiyan attacked the little stand. I forgot about that. Yeah, if only he threw the fish away, like he probably would have gotten caught. Maybe. I mean, he was in a panic because he was doing all this stuff pretty quickly. Like, he conceived the firecrackers thing on the spot. He was probably like in a really stressful environment and was just not thinking of the fish, I guess. He could have done a lot of things, but he didn't. I've heard enough. I'm appalled and shocked at all this. We have arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. He's not gonna do shit. It's his boyfriend. He's not gonna hurt him. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. A slap on the wrist. He's like laughing because he knows he's not actually in trouble. Exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Spill, spill, spill. Just say Strongheart. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Strongheart, Strongheart. Enough! Dude, he's pissed. He's being so dramatic. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are we waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. I want him to do like the Akuma pose right now. Pre-release note. People thought it was gonna be Iris Wilson. Well, that killed Gregson? Or, oh, the counterpart? I mean, I'm not ruling her out. I know, I 100% think it's Strongheart. Nothing could tell me otherwise. Even if the game says it's somebody else, to be like, nope, still Strongheart to me. But in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Guilty. Guilty. Looks like such a freaking dork all by himself up there. You should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. See, he's doing that. Oh shit. He's doing that to protect Jigoku. The confidentiality. Because if we say anything about the court outside of this, then we're like breaking that. We can't say like, no, wait a minute, Jigoku killed Gregson. Because Jigoku's just going to be going back to Japan like all willy-nilly, like, hey guys, nothing bad happened to me. I got a little butt smack from Strongheart, I mean my English counterpart. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, hey, look who's back! The defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Okay, it's not over though. There's not even, well, there is the audience in the back, but they have to be quiet as well. Okay, it's not over, you guys. It's not over. Wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange. Strongheart clapped me. I want to see all those moments. God, this is why we have fan art, but non-pervert ones, just funny ones. Haha. This Reaper sounds like a neat guy. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we've reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. Not a pervert, by the way, haha. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. Shut up, Beagle. Don't expose that. I hereby declare defendant Baron
Objection!
What? I was waiting for this. I just didn't know what was gonna happen now. What, Kazuma? What? What? Dude. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Yes, it has! He didn't do it! Therefore, it would be wrong. The prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku's already confessed. Alright, it's okay. We get to listen to his theme again. We literally just found Gregson's murder, but we're not done here. Oh, his theme is so good. I think he still believes Barrack's the Reaper. He's a little stupid this one. We love him. Nevertheless. God, his theme is so good. Wait till his like theme kicks in though. It's my favorite part. But the build up, the song is so good. Barrack Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. He didn't do nothing. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. Sure. However, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. Van Zeek's disease. Start to the player hate loves you. Oh shit, it's happening. Yeah, that's the Zeke's threat. God, his theme is so good. That may be true, but so what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? It wasn't Zeke's. The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. Sarah, this soundtrack is so good, dude. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. Yeah, Strongheart! As we've established already, the Reaper himself. You! Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick Van Zeeks. Dude, Zeeks got accused for 2 things like in a row. For the murder and now being the Reaper. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Hey, they brought the thing back, by the way, after Jigoku broke the other one. Yeah, like, exactly, Screamer. He's definitely reaching right now. He's just like, I just want to convict him for something, anything, please. The Reaper of the Bailey, long-standing mystery council. Just respawn. Van Zeeks is now guilty of every crime committed in London by Kazuma himself. It's like somebody's gonna steal something from they're gonna steal a fish and chip or something, or like not pay for it. And it'll be like, it was Zeeks. He made me sit next to the bats. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in the regard. Oh, Scotland Yard did it. Bagel, can we get the Scotland Yard meme? And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? There it is, Scotland Yard. It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. This is fun. So I imagine the rest of the game is going to end in like the reveal of the Reaper. That's really cool because I like Gregson. I like that was the case. I'm not happy he's dead, but I like that that was a case. But I kind of would have felt weird if it was like the last one in the game, because it wouldn't feel like it wrapped up anything unless it did spiral into like the government conspiracy territory, like how the last game ended. Because this game has way more shit to wrap up, for example. So I'm just really happy that it's about the Reaper now. We'll end in tears. I'll be crying no matter what because this game's almost over and I love this game. Alright, that is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Cosmos like, you are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for whatever it takes. Besmirch, besmirch, buy besmirch. I just get a merch that just says besmirched on it. That explains Kazuma's silence before. They'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular. Shut up. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. What are you plotting here? That caught filling paper. Red hot chili peppers. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Why even bother doing this, Strongheart? How do you adore? Look at him. Look at his little fucking podium all the way up there. Yes, the boot! He's pissed! Pray turn a blind eye to this discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unriveting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Oh, thank God. As long as his hallowed chalice is okay. Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. Oh, the poor baby. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Yes! Oh my God, I love this right now. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. Dude, Zeeks is honestly probably like, thank God, I finally have a chance here. He's had such a burden. Like, he was horribly racist and he's fucking horrible. I know, right, Billy? He's fucking horrible in that regard. Even if he had reasons, whatever, that's irrelevant. But he still had like such a burden to carry over him about being the Reaper, and he's just like, I do not mind. But now it's like finally getting all that stuff off his shoulders. Poor guy. But yeah, I loved Zeke's and then I hated him and back to loving him. He's definitely, he's such a well-written character as far as like character development goes, in my opinion. Putting the defendant into the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. Of course. You're right that he's not himself. Yeah, Zeke's is testifying because he wants to. He's just like, oh yes, please, let me clear my own name. But I knew it'd be like this. If anything, Zeke's is like, yes, Kazuma, you fell right into my trap. As I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Are we talking about Zeke's or Kazuma? Because I'm talking about Zeke's. Defense is no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. You activated my trap card. Look, he's just so happy right now. As you wish, my lord. He's got an extra pep to his step. That's why he did the boot slam right away. He's in. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. So it's just a coincidence? The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore. Oh, two words. There's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Okay, see, he said clearly, so he must be right. I know, I like this theme, but it is out of place sometimes. Basically, the asshole you can't help but like because at least honest about being an asshole. He's always been himself. He's never trying to hide behind something else. Well, I mean, sometimes maybe his chalice and his fake politeness. You know what? I don't know. This guy. So you deny all accusations about the prosecution? Sorry about that so fast. That you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you are mastermind of the assassin exchange. He denies both. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Shut up, Kazuma. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Oh, he's trying to dig into my psyche. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. No, that's not his bandana. His bandana's on the sword. Right here. So that's a new piece of clothing he found somewhere. Your fake death, technically. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty, he's not. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. No, you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere with this man's testimony. I have 2 lives.
Hold it!
So he's not the Reaper. Exactly. Alright, case closed. He said he's not the Reaper. Yeah, this game's amazing. Please buy it just to support it so we can show Capcom that we want more Ace Attorney games. We want Great Ace Attorney 3 and or port the or localize the other ones that we don't have, or make Great Ace Attorney 3. Yes, please, please. And it's $40 for 2 games. This whole collection. They could have easily charged you 60, but they charged 40 for 2 games. And it's on Green Man Gaming. And it's good and it's worth it. I'd have bought it for 60 as well. I was fully prepared that, like, because I thought it was 60. I was fully prepared to buy it for that, and I found it was 40. I was just like, yo, wait, is that a sale? It wasn't. It is gonna be hard to beat it. Like, that's how I feel Ignited, because at first, like, I love Phoenix Wright a lot, so when I played Apollo Justice for the first time, I was like, I don't know, he's not cool, he's not Phoenix, so by default, I don't like him. So I was worried going to this game as well, but I warmed up to Ryunosuke really quickly. Yeah, this whole cast is amazing. At first I was lukewarm on Susato, but I love her now. Great Ace Attorney Sherlock Holmes Investigations. It'd be perfect. Yeah, and the original trilogy, so Ace Attorney 1, 2, and 3 are $20 for 3 games. Shit, so you can buy 5 games for $60. Thanks, Capcom. Not cooler indeed. I have to replay. I have to replay those. Then I met Sholmes. Yeah, Sholmes is my favorite now. Same, Pigeon. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That 1-by-1 defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed. Let me answer that question by posing another. 1-by-1 defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed. Would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Sholmes and Kazuma. What if we get one with Sholmes and Mikotoba? A crossover. They could. Bum, 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 bum. I like Maya. I just like Susato more. Sholmes and Mikotoba would be awesome. Yes, please. A prequel to a prequel. Yeah. Just keep going further back. You saved for years. How long exactly? Sholmes is the accused for some reason. I saw screenshots of one of the the little mini episode trials where he's in the stand, so I think that's in one of them. Those are like shorts. I'll play through those eventually. Maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime next week. Those 6 years of solving classic Holmes cases. Yeah, exactly. That would be so good. We need that. Please, Capcom. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? Felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? His handy-dandy notebook! That's when I first learned the location he had noted only as browsed in the appointment at 5 on the 31st. Ooh, yeah, Gyro, that'd be cool. Short Friday stream. Well, I mean, I think I could do all the shorts in one day. I think they're like that short. So now we're at the nub of the matter. The main characters because of all these main characters? Same. Like, I still really like the cast of the other games, but I definitely love the cast of these games more. Well, we already know Ace Attorney 7's in development because we know it's like sequel. One of the two gets announced TGS. Yes, Capcom TGS is like the 30th. I don't know what time because I didn't do the time zone changes, But TGS is in Japan, so it'll follow Japanese time zone, obviously. So it's like 9 a.m. for them is gonna be like freaking horrible for other people, for example. But anyway, yeah, maybe we'll learn more at TGS. But yeah, I mean, I'd love Ace Attorney 7, it'd be great. But I really want Great Ace Attorney 3. Even imagine at TGS if they just straight up announced, be like, because of how sales did in the West with Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we decided to start Great Ace Attorney 3. Like, that would be such a dream. Even if it's just an announcement that they're starting it, would be so sick. 9 a.m. Eastern? Oh god, that is so early. No, I don't think this sold very well. I think this sold like adequately, but I don't think it sold enough to be like for sequel bait, you know? Which is really unfortunate, which is why I keep trying to push this game because it's so good. That's true, Ben. Wait, my 9 a.m. or their 9 a.m.? Anyway.
Hold it!
Yeah, please, everybody just buy 12 more copies. Outside Japan, A doesn't sell very well. Yeah, it's so extremely niche. It's so sad. Between buyers and streamer called RuneV? Good. Good! Say my name. RuneV made me buy this game. Yeah, Lost Judgment comes out. I'm a pusher. I'm a pusher of things that I feel deserve it. And this game totally deserves it. Oh, that's true. So that'd be 10 a.m. my time. I forgot I'm not EST at the moment. I bullied you into buying it. You're welcome. So this is entirely an accident on Fanzeek's part. Yeah, Tormented Souls was really good. Thanks, P. Get Capcom to notice her and send her a life-size Virgil and Wesker statue. I mean, come on, is that so much to ask for? Just throwing insults around. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. Point is no comment. See, I know that's not true because there is a photo of him and Gregson together. I don't know about Wilson though, but he said that they've done cases together. I feel more. Wait, is that a sad emote? Oh, okay. The chat was cutting off half the emote, so I'm just like, wait, is that sad or glad? Yeah, did you like Tormented Souls? I assume you did. Still waiting for evidence. Yeah, Kazuma's all talk still. Oh, really? It's regional? Oh, nice, Beef. Hey, it's the 2nd, so I can not feel bad about streaming. Hey, happy September, everyone! September. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Aww. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. Yo, thank you, Hixie Dubs, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, September, as well. Favorite game since RE2 remake? Oh, wow, that up there? Can't wait to see what other stuff the devs work on. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something about this just doesn't sit quite right with me. Okay, my guess here... Hold on. Where's Clint's autopsy? Wait, I'm looking for Clint's. Wait, was that was Gregson's? It's signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, so that would be the link to him.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection. Using the RE engine. Hi, Samurai. Yeah, it does seem like a obvious link. I'm just doing this so I make sure I get all the dialogue. Tends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Okay. Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Unless... No, there is a link. Shh. With the inclusion of one other person. I love... I love that some of the hints are so obvious. Lord Van Zeeks does have something to hide. Although, why would he hide it though? Because if we have the evidence, like... Oops. Present... Clint's autopsy.
Objection!
Objection! Unless... What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Wait, does he not know we have that? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This autopsy report, Professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The Professor. We're like just traumatizing him further. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the same time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. So sassy. You're supposed to be defending him? No, see, Ryunosuke's here for the truth now. Because, like, that was last case. We're on a new case now. But someone implored the powers to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from that procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asugi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death. That was a marvelous victory in court. Oh, Zeeks! Don't be sad. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That is likely. I really don't think Genshin was the killer. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he was. Or the professor, rather. Welcome back, Ponto. That's why Kazuma is so adamant about this. If your dad was accused of mass murder, I would be angry and confused too. Yeah, especially when, like, it's like the whole situation seems so sketchy. Hey, he's new. He's new at this. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. Using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Rabble, rabble. Order. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Oh my god, Zeeks, this is so disrespectful right now. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However... Yes, crush it. He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence that nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? I'll be honest, you guys, I'm honestly with Kazuma right now, because like I get it. I don't think Genshin was professor, and I would also not being in Kazuma's shoes, literally just as a player of this video game, I also want to know who the actual professor was. So I'm on Kazuma's side, let's go. As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregstone the 31st, and now the best theme song is playing. Yeah, Hixie, like, just, especially with the first game, and and the second game, like how both of them connect, there's so many things that intertwine with each other. It's insane. Like, I can't imagine the writing. Like, this freaking Mr. Robot writer is similar. Like, what's his name? Oh, I can't think of his name, but I like to think he would make a really good Ace Attorney game. Isn't it Sam's? I think it's Sam Raimi. What's his name? The writer. He's also... I don't know if he actually directs it as well. I know he directed some episodes. No, Rami Malek's the actor. Hold on. Mr. Robot. Oh, okay. Sam Esmail. Sam Esmail. I think that's how you spell it. I was thinking of Sam Raimi, which is why, because I'm like, I know it's Sam, I just can't think of his other name. Yeah, him. Yeah, Mr. Robot is so, like, well written. You think that stuff that doesn't matter does mattering. Like, everything's intertwined, like how Ace Attorney is, so it just reminded me of the two. God, his theme song is so good. Sam Raimi as Mail. Samsonite! Anyway, I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seisho or Jigoku. Oh, I have to see his other show. I haven't seen any of that. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. I like how it's still like his slow theme. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. Welcome, Yon. It's okay. Just know that we're here now. We're just talking. You love that show? Me too. I was just talking about how Ace Attorney's writing is so well intertwined, just like how Mr. Robot's is. So it just reminded me of the others, of each other. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. No, now, Jan, we're not on Van Zeeks as a murderer case anymore, but we're now on Van Zeeks as the Reaper case now. So he's still accused of something. But he's not the murderer. It was actually Jigoku that murdered Gregson. And he's gonna get off scot-free because Strongheart is pretending he doesn't know what's going on. You have to see Mr. Robot's final season. Oh my god, Ponto, you're gonna love it. Alright, he's very quickly understood what my true motive was. Rami Malek is amazing. I love him so much. So I think he's gonna be the best character ever in No Time to Die, personally. Right, I see. You're that Asugi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Aw, he just came for the truth. Is that why? Wait a minute, no. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. Yep, Scotland Yard. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? That's fucked up. It was for the good of the country? Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? It's a threat. That's right. Even then. Oh, so that was just like a threat to scare him, I guess. So that's when the tip of your sword broke. Whose orders, I wonder? Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the court of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Beric Van Zeeks. No, it's Strongheart! Zeeks is just like, this fucking guy. In other words, I didn't do it. Literally hearsay from a dead guy. That's true. I can't prove that. Still just hearsay. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm on Kazuma's side here, just not agreeing with, like, he doesn't have... Like, I want to help him is what I'm getting at. Like, there's no evidence, so it's sloppy on his part, but I'm still on his side. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that a man who stands accused in this courtroom state, Beric Van Zeeks. It's Strongheart! There he is, there's the Reaper.
Objection!
Kazuma Asugi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? He doesn't know. I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Oh, he's gonna throw up. He's drank too much already. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Because he knows it's Strongheart. Oh. Lord Van Zeeks? Finally! It's happening! I gave no such orders. I know that for certain, but there's only one person who did, which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. This is so exciting! If Lord Van Zeeks is the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could finally done something like this. Oh my god, finally, you guys. How long have I been playing this game? Okay, according to Steam, I have 100 hours logged, but that's stream time because I leave the game running. Regardless, 100 hours is leading to this. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Dang it. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh my god, we've been waiting for this moment.
Take that!
I have to be dramatic, I'm sorry. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. Oh my god. I've been waiting for this moment. What? Lord Strongheart. Wait. Don't pretend you're not in on it. Imagine accusing the judge in a trial. Let's fucking go. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution, the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. Uh-oh. Strongheart's like, he's like nose breathing right now. Like heavy nose breathing. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm just picturing him doing that. Kazuma is right. I don't know. Like, did he never think of that? Like, he never... I mean, I guess he was so tunnel vision on it being Zeeks. He just, like, couldn't fathom that there was other possibilities. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point. Supplication of the Lord. Lords, to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. He was using him! It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. Probably wouldn't have had the power to order Gregson to fabricate. Oh yeah, definitely. Would make sense for him too. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. You're also possibly Iris's dad. Well, it's either Clint or him. Yes, the boot! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
He just gives him a penalty. I know, right? How dare you? But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Hey, is that a reference to other Ace Attorney games? You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. When in doubt, bring the racism out, I guess. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Arg! Hey, get Maya. Maya, we need you! We need you in the past. Order! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. To kill everybody who was involved? Okay, that makes sense. This court has no business ranking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. Take it there are no objections? Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? You accuse me and denied. If only there was someone who could testify about Clinton Van Zeeks' autopsy. Well, I do believe there's only one other person. Oh shit, I thought I hit something wrong. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please. Trial can't end. Not yet. Not doing this for you. Doing it for the truth. I'm doing it for Kazuma. Yo, Artesian, how are you? We're solving everything. 2 games have led up to this moment. The person in defense would like to call to the stand to testify with the autopsy of Lord Van Zeeks is... Well, let's see. Okay, Clint's dead. Jigoku, is... Well, he's off doing his guilty shit. Genshin's dead. I guess that leaves the only other person that came from Japan.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Oh shit. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba, 16 years ago. I'm surprised he didn't kill him too. Like, Mikotoba is so lucky. It's probably that Tom Selleck mustache that kept him safe. My day's going great. Hope yours is going well. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asugi as a visiting student. And what could this testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. He pooped himself. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. Yeah, because she recognized her dad's handwriting. I forgot about that. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Oh my god, we get to use the kendo soundboard.
Sorry about that.
Whatever really happened to the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. Oh, because he's scared. What? Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree with it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asugi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Looks like he's just gonna threaten him, like he's gonna whack him with it. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Don't bring his dad into this. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. Yeah, but that's last case. We have a new one now. And as for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Yes, absolutely. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Arg. Oh, who's gonna save us from this situation? Oh, this futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi. Who's gonna save us? Kazuma, we're not giving up. Oh. Dude, I hope... Break the stand like Jigoku did. That will be all. I hereby declares... Hold it. Who is it? Yes! I was waiting for this. No! Mr. Sholmes! What does he have for us? What does he have for us? This is no place for amateur deduction, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. I can't stop smiling. Like, Strongheart sounds so happy. He'll leave the courtroom.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court shall hear what he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart. It is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind... He heard that line and he's just like, okay, I gotta remember that. To uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being a Reaper yourself. His theme has erased from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. The music is so good. I'm getting chills. It's freaking hot as hell in this room. Chills because of this. It would seem that we have many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? No! No! Right, Scree was just waiting. How do you hear that line? I think he was hiding amongst the crowd. After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along the prevarications of your superiors? Look at that smile. Oh, Kazuma's so sad. Order, order. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. I love everything about trolls. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The others in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! Rabble rabble. He's right! The judge has absolute authority here. Oh no, we're scared. What will he really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't something? What's... The trial should go on! Summon the witness! The crowd is on our side! That's right, we need to clean this up before the young Japanese fellow... something. Oh my god. Screenshot the shit out of him, right? My lord! You assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself on this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Yes! Testify! Testify! A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. They're so loud! Well, my lord. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it. This is so exciting! I sort of cry. I can't stop smiling. I think you'll find me rather awkward to silence. Testify! Testify! The court will recess briefly. He's like, I'll think about it. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. The testify chance is the best thing ever. I know, right? And it's like freaking Sholmes' theme is playing in the background. Or the new remix. He's gonna book it, yeah. In 30 minutes, he's gonna like be on a boat to France or something. Or like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go to Japan, but I can't show my face around London ever again. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Oh, because he, dude, Sholmes thought of everything. Sholmes is just like, I know he's gonna get on a boat and hightail it out of here. I already have Mikotoba. Tell me Strongheart's gonna murder Tom Selleck. No, we'll keep close eyes on him. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba's here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow. No one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in the matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. You do not tell Sholmes to leave. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. I love him so much. Ah, yes. Look at that side glance. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. I'm gonna tug the shit out of those ears. They're like, I need you, Sholmes. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. You bunny! Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. I'm so shocked. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? I want Shomes to stand next to me and Susato and hold our hands. Preferably both of my hands. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Bro, I really thought it was Iris. You're so close. To be continued. Oh my god. Imagine. Remember yesterday, I'm just like, well, maybe I'll do a part and then I'll do another part another day. I can't just like not stream the rest now. Like imagine being like, all right, that's a good place to stop. I'll continue again tomorrow. Like, no, I have to play this right now. Oh my god. Part of the maelstrom, male Strongheart. Yeah, that's these puns are wild. All right. I have to keep going. Oh, I will. There's no stopping now. We're playing this to the end, but wait, if we back out, are we just gonna get music? Oh shit. Okay, these are our first witnesses. He's all the way over there. I just need to go get a drink. Okay, I just wanted music to play while I BRB so I could go get a drink. Waifu's back, I know. All right, one sec. Oh, I forgot. My stream deck doesn't mute me at the moment. All right, one sec. I'm back. Sorry it took so long, but I also wanted to eat real quick because I feel like this one's gonna be long and I don't want to take a break after the break that I just took. Whew. Thanks. Welcome back to everyone else too. This is so exciting. No more breaks. I hope everyone got their potty breaks in as well. Hi, Baker. Missing a trial, the prosecutor served blanket defendants. Nothing for 10 minutes. So witness, please say your name and occupation for the court. No response. Oh, alright. I'm a little out of breath. Put a pizza in the oven. Put a pizza in the oven. Waiting for your soup to climb your dessert ready. It's going nowhere. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go. Good nights. You ran for that tea and crumpets. I did. I ate so fast and I chugged a lot of soda because I felt some like soda, but I have my water, so we are set. But get some fried chicken. Just get some fried chicken. We'll keep you updated with what's happening. Okay. Anyway, I think it's time the witness state their names and occupation for the court.
Whew. But don't you worry, girlie.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University of Tokyo, Japan. This might be the series finale. I think it will be. I'm not ready for it to end because I love this so much. And you know when you're like playing the first game? You're playing the first game and it's just like, oh man, I have so much game to play left. It's not even close to being over and now we're here and it's like, what am I gonna do after this? There's the extra episodes, but it's not the same. It's not the same. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Why is she staring at him? Oh, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Scotland Yard, Omega Low. Excuse me. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Oh my god, she's like April in Parks and Rec for some reason. Why does she hate him so much? Oh. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. Oh, she had her chance. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring to the side of my cheek constantly whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea is making me shudder. Revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. Hi, Promo. It's going great. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. She's crazy. Yeah, butcher knives in the courtroom. Classic. I mean, the other girl was just setting off fireworks like crazy. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? He is standing so far from them. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I know, I want Mikotoba to step away. I'm scared for him. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. I understand, Bee. Gina was launching grenades. Everyone here is a criminal. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. You were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Here, I need to have Scotland Yard copy and pasted, ready to go. Ah, look at that. Yes, I assisted Dr. Wilson. Tisk. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. He's standing so far. He wants nothing to do with that. Janice Court must be wild. Oh, yeah, imagine like Janice speaking with each other, just like, what did you clean up today? A lot of wine. It's like, oh, you had Zeeks in the courtroom. Yeah, a lot of wine and glass. Well, Dr. Wilson asked you to be his primary assistant on that occasion. Hey, John. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Shag the bench. Yeah, what'd you clean up today? It's like, it's the entire bench, man. And... okay, there's nothing else that fell in here, this place. I know, all the glass shards. Freaking... it's a safety hazard. He doesn't even care. Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. It's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Why are you here? Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. Oh, nice. Thank you, V. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. That's awfully rich coming from you. Remember that. Well, he just doesn't want to get caught. He's gonna get caught. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. God, I have to remember this isn't about Gregson anymore. When we prove he's a Reaper, what happens? How do you arrest a guy like that? I mean, we do have witnesses, like, in the court. It's just, they're all government people. So, like, the entire government will know, right? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. I know, right? Hello, Gory. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Jesus, Scott. Went from 0 to 10. Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh. You think you're winning, Strongheart. Shut up. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asugi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Oh, he swears. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. Hi, Wolf. Let's press the button that shoots the fireballs. I'm not and said guilty. Guilty. I know, yeah. Where's that? Oh shit, thank you for the host, Wolf. I just see the host. Thank you so much, Wolf. Yeah, somebody needs to like reach over and just smash the guilty button. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. With this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. He's like an extra person away. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes! But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during a cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary, the president in the gallery, would agree. Testify. It's still stuck in my head. Right, Pigeon? He's like he's obviously trying to manipulate the situation. It doesn't have overwhelmingly positive. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Oh, so you mean once he starts to lose is when he's gonna pull that away? It's already 95. It's already good. Okay. My own observations, I couldn't say there's any indication of being fabricated. What do you mean? You couldn't say? Couldn't or wouldn't? No, sadly not. And then you couldn't say there wasn't any indicator either, could you? Sorry, I'm just trying to read too fast. No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. Yeah, I'm not gonna read all this stuff, Alex. It's too much. Did I just hear Oliver? I was keeping a close eye on
I'm keeping a close eye on things.
Close eye on things. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring out to my cheek like that?
Hold it!
Alright, so dogs killed them all except for the last one. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Oh, he was levitating earlier. He was like, oh, there he is. He showed up. He's just on the ground next to me. Can you see him? You can see his tail, sort of. Say hi, Oliver. He's there. Genshin Asugi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Arc. The beast that was used to carry the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin ever had kept a dog. Yeah, so I did hear him. It's like his stealth isn't that good after all. True Hound of Hell.
Hold it!
He was levitating earlier. Maybe he'll levitate again before the stream's over. He brought me coffee earlier. He grew a human hand and handed it to me. It was crazy. Just all over things. Amazing piece of evidence. Unbelievable. That's what I meant. Yeah, give me more evidence. I feel so limited right now because I don't have anything new. Beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. I know, no? Disarming everyone? Hold on a second. Bum 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 ba-na-na. Well, sparkly and round with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. A ring? It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asugi. What does he think he did? Like, punched his hand? Yeah, pigeon, there we go. That's him giving me the mug. So, wait, he like got his ring stuck in his stomach? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarters of his left hand, the fourth of, or ring finger. Just say that. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. True, to show off that medical school degree. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. That's a crazy looking ring. Ew. Ew. Looks like a bolt with just like a red jewel on it. Or it looks like a hook shot. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitate there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, it's just thinking that back now. Yeah, it's not zero grapbook. It even takes up 2 inventory slots. It's so big. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Oh, Wilson's a little suspicious. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from stores requires my consent, does it not? You know, metallic ring pop. Alright, a ring belonging to Genshin Asugi found Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause very nasty scratch. So what do you do? Just like punch through his stomach and got his ring stuck in the body? Yeah, like a crane machine game, yeah. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Maybe they are. Yeah, I will, Susato, Jesus. Okay, hold that thought. We gotta take these claws off. There's probably something under the jewel. I'll probably say like somebody's name. Like, just, it's Strongheart! These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! Naruhodo. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Oh, who would make such a dangerous ring? Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Oh my god, are they implying he swallowed it? A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Okay, I thought they were gonna like open it. Wait, so he swallowed it. I don't know. Is that the only thing I can inspect? I guess so. That's it!
Hold it!
So it's literally just because of that ring. Couldn't say. He couldn't say. Well, all we have now is the ring. All right, here, what's the autopsy say again? Death from single stab wound to the heart. Others superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of his right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger. So 2? Ink stains? No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body? No, that would be wrong because this ring is mega sharp. Okay, that's our proof. I just have to figure out. Oh, found it. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Objection!
What, I'm wrong? Oh, come on. I guess she did say no other, but still. I didn't fully read everything. Alright, whatever, that was my bad. So then, is it the first statement? I feel like it's never the first statement. Okay, see, this is weird because... So it'd be the...
Hold it!
Okay, what I thought was the obvious option is not that obvious. I just don't believe they actually made him swallow it. Okay, there's two things that happen. Either they... I think it was just put in there. I don't think they actually made him swallow it because there's no other internal damage. Then he couldn't have swallowed it. But if there were internal damages because the autopsy was fabricated, then yeah, that's the only way he'd be able to swallow it. Hi, Radical. What'd you miss? We got a really gross-looking ring as evidence. Okay, so to be that then, because yeah, because if he in fact swallowed it, it would make. I would definitely not wear that. Are you kidding? That's something my mom would like. It's got weird jewelry taste. We didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? Go, Spider Luke. That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. Okay, and that's when he put the ring in? In other words, you can either confirm nor deny it really came from the victim's stomach or not. He probably took it out of his pocket and he was just like, oh, look what I found in his stomach. Not that I know of, yeah. The ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. Entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi? Oh god, Phoebe and her rings? No, absolutely not. The thought of anything like on my hands like that seems so uncomfortable. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Yeah, he looked away and he's just like, I found a ring. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. Okay, so I was still right. I just have to show the ring first. Okay. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. Well, I think the idea is that they try to force feed him a ring, but you can't really do that if someone's dead. It would get like stuck, right? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. An onion ring. Well, because like, I think... Yeah, because like, Mikotoba looked away, and that's when they planted the ring in his stomach, and it was like, oh, you must have swallowed it. Like, I think that's what's happening. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? Ha ha ha. But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? Oh man, I just realized the two Wilsons in this game. Like, Mikotoba's the real Wilson. Wilson's just in name only Wilson. They're together. What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you? I am terribly sorry. I can think of plenty ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh, so you didn't really have a choice. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? I mean, it's fair speculation, because why the hell would they do that? Like, eat a... Had this never come up before, right? It's been 10 years. And like, no one's ever... God. That's so annoying. Poor Kazuma. No wonder he's lost his mind. I have vastly more experience when you play Phasma. I'll give her that line. She'll love to abuse it. Be like, oh, damn, Rebecca, you're so smart. And she responds with, well, I have vastly more experience. Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Ooh, she's in trouble. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. I know, I love her design. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. She's so great. I know, I love her hair. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Genshin Asugi saving my life. Oh yeah! When people on the street were attacking Sikhs for being the Reaper. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. It's the beginning of a Mr. Nightmare story. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! She's a coroner, yeah. How cool Genshin is. Oh, look how young Zeke's is! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying? I always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but were they after just the ring? Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. Okay. So they did it to take the ring? Because, okay, I mean, that's weird, but I get it. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? I knew he didn't kill him. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? Hey, don't be mean to Zeke's. What do you mean by that? I want to give Zeke's a wedding ring. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Kazuma, I really want to be on your side here, but you set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. I feel like I got cut off. Kazuma! Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. Kazuma's still reaching. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Oh, don't laugh, Strongheart. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you're Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of the alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. Give the man a flashlight. He's in a dense fog. Give him a flashlight. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there is some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asugi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Maybe he was blackmailed too, because he had a family he had to protect. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asugi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... Yo, Semster, how are you? That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Arg. Genshin Asugi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Yes, there was! Ugh! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Yes? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now. Is this theme gonna kick in? my super dramatic args. This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, his theme! I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. He's back! Kazuma's back! Kazuma was in a dense fog in his mind for a bit, but we brought him back to some clarity. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? The autopsy results were an invention. So he's doing the Sailor Moon pose. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? Oh, you forgot? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Oh my god, no, they're fighting! Me? Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. We can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. Yes! A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? I think it's the paper to the Kazuma... the Asugi papers, or whatever it's called. Enough rhetoric. The court must show an evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asugi's silence in court? I think it is... The last will and testament claims... Apparently Mr. Asugi described as the only weapon he has left. Well, maybe not. I do think it's that because... Night beef! See you later. I do think it's this just because it's the only thing that really ties Papa to, like, his family. Because I think, like, he probably had to stay silent to protect his family, right? What else do I have? No. 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 Definitely not. No. No. I feel like that's, I mean, there's nothing apparent about it, but...
Take that!
I'm wrong. Okay, so it's not the Asugi papers. Damn it. Give at least a commitment penalty with explanation why that answer was wrong. Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if you're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange of some sort of clemency? That could be it. With the whole my chosen path thing. Yeah, I just, well, I don't know, because that is a little vague. Like, what does he mean by that? But I feel like, I think he just got like blackmailed or something into this. Possibly. I remember, okay, again, it's been 2 weeks since I did the case before. But he was dismissed. Was he helping? Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict professor just before his execution. Jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Believe that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff for secure assistance. Wait, negotiation? To keep... Is it because he didn't want to get Vigil in trouble?
Take that!
That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Maybe such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, their indication that the jailbreak was planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Aosugi and the British government. Right. Okay, so there was negotiation, just not with Vigil, I guess? In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Okay, got it. I would say the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Aosugi can be explained in no other way. So they just wanted to put the blame on Genshin, but they probably because they were trying to protect the actual professor, so they put the blame on Genshin. And then they were planning on fabricating his escape, but then they killed him anyway. That's not a conspiracy. It's happening because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? Either something went wrong or like he got backstabbed, yeah. I'm leaning more towards it wasn't an accident. Yeah, I don't know. People can testify about the jailbreak. Are we gonna see the handcuffs guy? Governor Kaden, the poor chief warder of the prison. Yeah, bring back daily vigil. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Kaden, Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. They already thought of it. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling, dude? Sholmes is actually just like calling up everybody. Are you telling me that Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom this very moment. He's 72 steps ahead of Strongheart. And Sholmes is like... He's just smoking his pipe, just relaxing. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. The most intelligent person in the whole universe. I know, remember when we were led to believe that he's just an idiot? And he may act like it, but he's the smartest person in all of Britain. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Oh my god. Make no mistake. I too would like nothing more than lay this business to rest once and for all. Right, pimp? This is Sholmes' game. Remember we thought it was like Kazuma pulling, or it's far away from them again. Remember we thought Kazuma was the one making the test, and then if we pass it, Kazuma would be like, I'm right here, buddy, I'm alive, you passed the test. It's really just Sholmes' test. An accidental genius? I don't know, it's hard to tell, because even with his incorrect logic and reasoning spectacular shit, maybe he's just trying to guide people in the right direction, but he's just trying to troll people. Like, he's so smart, he's bored of how smart he is, so he's just trolling people. That's what I think at this point. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? You're just training him. I, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell John. Oh, he forgot he's his other persona, yeah. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. He's gotta be the really depressed one. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. Trolling and reasoning spectacular. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Watch, the professor, we already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was nigh anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Ah, well. Takes up the whole screen. That's why Zeke's is all the way over there. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course. The consequences will be very serious, in all likelihood a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Ah, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Asuki, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. How sad Vigil is. So sad. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the end, or the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plots. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. You saying that was the jailbreak plot? Hi. He reminds me of Russ, or like Ross. I Didn't I get what he's saying? Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Who are you?
What are you doing here? What is this one? Oh, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be fucking Daria. Didn't I ken that? You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't I a thing about the professor case. There wasn't I unusual in some way. And didn't I ask any questions? I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't I tell you. I see. The jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. One thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asugi and that office. Jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asugi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. The Scottish writer. It's very, very subtle. Like, Final Fantasy 9, there's characters that are supposed to have like a Scottish accent, we think. And it's like so over the top. Like every word is supposed to be read phonetically. Yeah, which is the rally ho part. And then this is just like, at least it's like one word every other sentence. Rally ho. That counsels nothing but speculation. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely. No intention of squandering a single opportunity. Beef just missed it. He's probably happy.
Hold it!
Hold it! Who was behind it? It was Strongheart! We're still on... We're still like... Even though we know Strongheart's the Reaper, we still have to constantly have other situations where we're accusing Strongheart of being behind it all. Like, seriously, when in doubt, it's Strongheart. Or the other judge? He got convicted and he's... I mean, okay, Strongheart convicted him, but nothing's probably gonna happen to him. But after we convict Strongheart, or whatever happens to Strongheart, maybe Jigoku will actually get something.
Hold it!
Hi. Strongheart. I do not miss... Wait, Hugh Boone. I do not miss his stupid lips. Or lip. It's like just one. Dr. Stevens. Why is this happening to me?
Hold it!
He knew nothing of any plot. I mean, there's obviously negotiations. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Withholding the truth? So you're just following orders. That I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. Man was still killed illegally. He was condemned criminal. Hey, Condemned. I should play Condemned for Halloween if I have time. I have... No, Toasted. What, are you gonna record it? Clip it? Send it to Beef? I have some Resident Evils, Silent Hill, Fatal Frame, Dead Space, maybe Condemned if I can. Oh, and Fatal Frame. Shit. I have to do so much for October. I'm gonna be so busy. I might have to not play that Guardians of the Galaxy game. It just depends how long it is. Because if it's really long, I'll just ditch it and play horror games instead. Carry out my duty.
Hold it!
Yeah, I have to watch the movies as well. Beetober. Yes, Beetober. Or Beetober. I did everything I could at the time.
What does this all mean?
What does this all mean?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What does this all mean? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Not that, Guardians. And you leave James Gunn alone. He's a gem. Yeah, the movies are fine. I just mean the game, because it's gonna be long. And Billy means the game. We have to play more horror games. I mean, okay, if that game came out in like November, December, I'd play it. But it can't come out in spooky month. It's against the rules. More horror games. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Yeah, Alfonso. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? To make a man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Was that like tricks or something? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets. That's Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. These complications? Okay. Harry Potter and the Chain. That's I thought so too. Singing Harry Potter. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asugi and the body at the top, it does not quite add up, doesn't it? Governor Caden? I must insist. I don't know why I said question mark. Governor Caden, I must insist that you must explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gad's eye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't I have nothing to bargain with. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office. Scotland Yard.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's gonna listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. Is this when I show him the Asogi papers? The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would see no negotiation could have taken place. Oh, what do you think, Kazuma? Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Wait, armed? Armband? The attorney armband? Do I finally present it? So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I think Kazuma-san's father would have engaged in such negotiation. Perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing. Yeah, okay, so I'm right. What I thought earlier. I know, right, Shank? It's finally the armband's time. He was clearly framed or blackmailed or forced to do this. And like I do think it's the papers. But... oh god, where is it?
Objection!
But it's like they never sent it to him, did they? Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asugi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. Ah. Turns out Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rats? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Gargs, stop this man! Strongheart's just like, bailiffs are just standing around. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asugi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but he had them. That will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asugi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would it be right in saying that you knew? You knew that so-called Asugi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jinx, what the blazes are you blethering about, Boot? The will was found right and proper, and the fella's cell where I said it would be. I forgot he slapped his little hands. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, yeah, didn't I do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot? What the hell are these words? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you up forward, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asugi. More Scottish, more. He's doing as much as they say. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all, nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that it's fake? That the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? It's exactly what I'm saying! As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Barclay Prison sounds shady. The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asugi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? We don't know. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar, and you turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Ooh, look at this camera angle. Let's go. It's clear. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear. That's when a list of negotiations took place. It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart. Oh shit, it's you. There's a second floor. Testify. Would seem a few vocal few here, utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Bum 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 bum. Okay, hold that thought. Ow. Get the music going so I can BRB. Okay, back. I know I said I wasn't gonna take any breaks, but I have water. Alright, as the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asugi and kept watch over his cell. I have to click in. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, to no avail. I only found about the Asugi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. Oh, a kimono. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar? The one say ya wee wafinger? Huh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't even have any hold over me anymore. Why he's so freaking Gumby over here. Other than that hole you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Oh, he's doing it! Little enlarged, what a double act. We complied with Asugi's will as far as possible. He wanted that good shake. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. It's a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. And you cannot deny this handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? Somebody forcing him to write those words then? The last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Shut up! So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Bum 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 ba-na-na.
Hold it!
He was calm, probably because he felt safe still. Didn't seem like a man capable of mass murder, yet he confessed in full to their crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. Guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. Put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. His little hands!
Hold it!
Yes, that's right. Ooh, I just got a huge breeze from my window. It's so cold out. Feels nice though. It was so hot earlier. No, I'm happy. So it was penned at the prosecutor's office and they found it in the cell? You would have expected that would remain there for safekeeping? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. It was planted there. The defense makes an astute point. Oh, why thank you. Well, Governor. Prison Governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. What? I have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. Want to know why? They're finally giving me AC. Yeah, leave the weather. I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
And now they're saying they couldn't find it in the cell? So it was written in the prosecutor's office, but they found it in the cell, but then they said they couldn't find the cell. So Governor Caden's pretty suspicious. Spock. Can they have the disappear completely in my face? Sounds like a lyric from Metal Gear Rising. Freaking Canadian boss. Holy shit. Fuck with the palm font. Oh, like the leaf thing. Oh, he doesn't remember. Toss logs at Ryan. And like throw maple syrup on the ground and have him slip on it. Got Ryan.
Hold it!
I think it's just the fake. There's definitely like a double or something going on.
Hold it!
Alright, kimono. Okay, Spook's kimono, his sword. His sword. Karma, the famous sword of the Asugi clan. It bears my soul, the soul of my family. Don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Yeah, like maybe he meant literal weapon. Have some respect for Yunosuke. Respectful silence. Order carry firearms at all times. The inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Susuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Present when he wrote it. Sorry to say, it just looked like squirrel mess of jet black earthworms to me. What?
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? I mean, look at him, of course he is. Think you know where the real document is? You're probably jumping to the wrong conclusion. I have a feeling I think I know where it is too, but I don't want to. It's a stupid idea, so I don't want to say it in case I'm horribly wrong and then everyone laughs at me for being stupid. Mr. Vigil, sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Okay, I'm just gonna say I think it has something to do with the ring. Is it the ring, Jan? Can we be stupid together? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. That's not your stupid guess? Okay. Our stupid guesses are different. Everyone already laughs at me, you're right. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly or possibly not. Unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Mission granted. Look at him. He's actually cooperating with us. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Wait, the kimono? The ring? As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, we heard a case of scarlet before. Scarlet something. Like his hand, someone's hand was covered in scarlet. That could just be blood. So he uses blood? Everything was an unusual color. The very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Scarlet the Pimpernel? Witness, is that really what you saw? Ah, what? Sir! Ah, something wrong, Lord Strongheart? What? This is interesting to him now. Maybe we still don't know where the will is and he's still looking for it. Now that we said Scarlet, he's just like, wait, I know where the will is. What do you make of that? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. It's very suspicious. Didn't they have her? You can plainly see that right in here. It's black as Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asagi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asagi told me. Court need waste no further than time on this matter. We have the will in question in possession. There's nothing more to add. Oh, shut up! Yes, there is. It's not even the real will. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? You have an inkling. Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it at court at once. Okay. I will. There's some piece of evidence or dialogue that mentioned somebody having red on their fingers. Like the ring finger and somewhere else. I can't remember where that is though and who it was. It's not... Oh, Scarlet. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of his right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Clinton's autopsy. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asagi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. How is this still going? Because it's amazing! Starting to sound like Mr. Asagi actually might have something. Okay, shh. Shh. We can... Okay. Right, back to Scarlet. Guys, slap your little hands. Okay, just don't want to be wrong, but...
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? So does that mean Clint wrote? Or had the other one? Havers, again, you've no evidence to say that. Or not Clint. Clint's autopsy is written in it. So whoever wrote it. Sorry, not Clint. It could have been. Hold on. I don't know yet. That's my brother's autopsy report again. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Oh, can't take a joke. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should he kept still at his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this! Whatever Lord Clinton Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hands. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. Well bred. Hey, Oliver? Where is he? Oliver, miss you. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Oh, now you bring up his inkwell. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So a document had disappeared. Are you suggesting? Document my father had in his hands that night in his cell. So he actually wasn't writing it, he was holding it. Oh. Got it. Okay. The same documents. Okay, I was under the impression that, or like I feel like I was led to believe that Genshin was writing it, but I guess he was just holding it. It doesn't really mean it. He was writing it. Silly me. The same document that Lord Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? It's his last weapon, the... Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. He never said his will and testament. Oh. A last will and testament. Ah, last. The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, and what we do now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi says. That's pretty smart. Six, it's okay, don't throw up. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What? Why did he have it?
Objection!
What? Why is it his last weapon? This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? I'm gonna throw up. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. Hold my hair back. No, impossible is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! Just gave you shivers. This is... They turned it all up again. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Yeah, so whatever is on Clint's will is what made Strongheart freak out. Oh my god, this is so exciting! Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that prompted the powers to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No. Couldn't be. What? Is it about the Reaper? I've heard more than enough. No, sit down! It just got exciting! Kurgosh, we're really near the end. If you can watch, it's getting crazy. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purposes.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel? What do you know about Clint? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak for a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. I'm not thinking what you're thinking, Ryunosuke. You gotta help me out here, buddy. Listen, Haruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mrs. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. I think I get it. Or like I'm starting to formulate like part of me getting it. In all probability, the details in the will related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? Have like impact on this case, I know, right? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... Oh, Jesus. Okay, what are my options? A report, an accusation, or a confession. Alright, let's go through all of these for a second. Okay, a report of... Okay, I was thinking earlier when they were talking... Okay, so earlier when they were talking about how the last four people that got killed by the professor had like dog marks in their neck, except for the last one. Got stabbed, and that was Clint. I'm starting to think... Oh my god, I think I got it. At that point I was thinking that Clint was the professor and that Genshin killed Clint. Therefore, Genshin was killing the professor. And then Strongheart concocted this whole thing to kill Genshin afterwards. Genshin's actually dead, yeah. And now this is making me lead that it's Clint was confessing that he's the professor. And so... I don't know why. I mean, Strongheart could... I mean, it still could be the same situation. Strongheart's just trying to protect all this information. Because, like, Clint could be saying that... He could, like, in his confession, it could be exposing Strongheart as well. Strongheart's the Reaper. I don't really know who the professor is entirely. But I have a feeling Strongheart is still behind it all. Like, he made Clint do all this stuff. Or whoever the professor is. Like, he forced the professor to kill these people. And then, in a confession, Clint, or professor, exposed Strongheart, which is why he's freaking out about, like, what's in that will. But that was my thought earlier, was that Clint was the professor and then Genshin killed Clint. I think Strongheart might just trying to cover up dirt for the aristocracy. Yeah, like I really just think Strongheart's entire role in all this right now is just to cover up any tie to him because he wants absolute power. That was my guess and my theory. Like earlier, I just didn't say anything because I wasn't... It didn't seem like the time. But everything that's happening is kind of... Like, it could also... I don't think it's a report. It could possibly still be an accusation because Strongheart is so worried about the message. But that doesn't go in line... Like, this would go in line with my theory from earlier. You still think it's Iris, still holding on. Like, if Clint killed the other aristocrats, it would be a huge scandal. Yeah. And Strongheart would want to cover everything up. But I still believe Strongheart is behind all this. He's just trying to cover stuff up for himself. Is it a confession? Oh, it was a poltergeist pimp. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murder known as the Professor and its true identity.
Objection!
Oh no, Barrick's not gonna like this. I was just gonna say... Enough, Counts. Does he know? What are you saying? Do you even realize? I'm sorry. A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. No, he's not. Give him a chair. He needs to sit down for this. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asugi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself! Oh, he's gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Oh no, he's blowing up. No, Zeeks! Zeeks. Okay, everyone's afraid of him. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Oh shit. Alright, your turn to confess, Strongheart. Ooh, cameras. Great Zeke's family. They've been thoroughbreds. So I was trying to get without the text. Paragon of justice. He was actually a mass murderer? Perpetrator of aristocracies of the vilest nature? General public ever found out. Zeeks, I'm sorry. My brother? Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I'm not taking pictures of his butt, just, you know, his back. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Barrick Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Maybe it's just in denial. I mean, you could be so like tunnel visioned on one thing. Like if you 100% truly have so much faith in your brother, like of course you're never going to think that he's the killer, so he's just tunnel vision on like something else. Yeah, exactly. Like even being the best prosecutor, like if you respect and love your like brother or anyone in any situation like that much, you're never gonna suspect them. Oh, poor Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks. Oliver was the killer? Oh, absolutely. I'd be like, him? What are you talking about? He's a little man. He's just like, hey. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Oh my god, there's the dog collar too! I forgot about that! With the bee on it. Yes, he did. Balma! Oh, that's my favorite .hack character. He only shows up for like 2 minutes. I just like his design. Look up Balmung from .hack and tell me that's not a really cool design. Balmung, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. tiny with teeth marks in their throat. That's not Oliver. Yes, it's .hack too. It's all connected. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. No! So sad. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar! And that leads us back to the other game. That's right, though sadly. Dude, I'm gonna throw up with you, Zeeks. Some years ago now, was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief, yes! It all lines up. And Sholmes was very protective about what was in there and the collar. Oliver wouldn't even notice. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. Oh my god, Zeeks. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was top of the small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. For Balmung! Yeah, and he was very protective about that story in general, and Iris couldn't publish it. What's an emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia. The Baskerville. Okay, I thought B for Balmung, but I guess it's B for Baskerville. Okay. What? The Baskerville. Why is that name coming up now? Oh my god, Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. What? Oh my god. Wait a minute. Iris is his daughter. Because the reason Sholmes is so protective of the Baskervilles is because he doesn't want to connect Iris to the professor and the murders and Clint and all this shit. No, well, it's like his sister-in-law would be a Baskerville. Oh my god. Okay. So much is just like in my head right now. Kid. Iris Baskerville. Yeah, and then it's oh my god! Zeeks has a little niece. The dead one, Pimp. I've been so immersed, you forgot all about chat. Pickles Irehorn. This is so much to take in. Yeah, so Sholmes was knowing all about that, and he was protecting Iris this whole time. Oh my god, there's so much falling into place. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. How is Iris connected to Zeeks? Clint's, well, this is still just a guess. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but Clint's her dad. There could be no doubt then the collar you described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' widow. That makes sense because he has pink hair. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, could have been formed from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Then Van Zeeks really was the professor. Nailed it on the head. Oh my god, I'm so overwhelmed. Wait, what about those Japanese? Excuse me? So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of the nobles and royals was the noble himself. That threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. And so Strongheart hit my father. Oh, okay. So his father knew that, was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. So he was using that knowledge as blackmail. So that's why Strongheart killed him. So to hide that blackmail. Okay, got it. I know Strongheart, or like set up his murder. I don't know if Strongheart did it himself, but someone did it. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Oh, he's gonna throw up. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Just admit it. We figured it out. Just admit it. 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. But is it story time? Are we gonna get the truth? He's gonna lie. He's gonna lie. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. No, Zeeks. I'm sorry. I feel so sorry for him. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the unfortunate, I tried to take a breath, uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. This is so sad. No. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clinton Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. Okay, he's like Palpatine right now. Save himself for others, but couldn't save himself. By a Japanese. So he was, well, I mean, he was like a vigilante until like, I mean, I don't know, how far is too far? Was that the pawn shop for sale which that guy was killed in? Oh, I didn't see any, I didn't look at that. Yeah, I get, well, that makes sense. Clint's like the original Reaper before there was a Reaper title. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asugi, turned up at my office one night. Aww, the little bandana. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. That's pretty smart. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary first. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. Yes, our looks really nice. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm so sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this base. Based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. Scotland Yard. So I turned down Asugi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. I can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did? He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. God, and then he got branded the professor? This is so fucked up. Aristocracy? Oh, I see. By taking the drastic members of ending the perpetrator's life. You did, Bagel. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's pretty funny. Because yeah, they're absolutely useless. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp at what had happened. And what about the will? Asugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea the existence of such a document at that time. Was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So, you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. Dude, Kazuma's gonna flip and just try to kill Strongheart, and you know what? I'm gonna let him. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? obviously. He opposed me at first. Oh, the fish and chips! Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asugi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Yeah, that's me watching Kazuma kill Strongheart. I'm like, get him. He deserves it. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're sure of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. Dude, fish and chips versus his weird little cane. Oh my god, looks like a duck, actually. Like, here's the duck head. There's the beak. Donald Duck-ass cane. We must put a stop to the man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Or a rabbit. I'm voting duck. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asuki was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, which he agreed to silently accept the charges. This is so messy. Whatever, I was, you know, Pimp, I was thinking that as soon as I said Beaks, I thought of Bills. I'm just like, oh, fuck, I should have said Bills, but I just let it slide. But I'm glad Pimp spoke up. Thank you. Thank you for speaking up. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Is it obvious? You, Kazuma Asugi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Don't you dare! Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. This man's a monster, you scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. Document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. There's no difference between a bill and a beak. Oh shit! Now what, pimp? So what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. Yep. Pimp's the duck master. He did it for me. Oh no, Kazuma! As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost. Why do you look like a villain saying that?
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey? Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? Rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. There be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? He admitted it without saying it, but now I'm just... I just feel so bad for Zeke's right now. Because, like, this is the man that he, like... I mean, he was his boss, but, like, he also trusted him and believed him. I can't believe Strongheart's the British counterpart. Oh my god. What person? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. Okay, how much you guys want to bet that the freaking... this thing has been recording this entire conversation? And we'll freaking get you, Strongheart. Just like, yeah, well, we promised that this information was gonna stay silent in court, but Sholmes never agreed to it, for example. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. 1 million IQ. Yeah, that's probably his plan all along. Let's go. Come on, Sholmes. Hope you got enough tapes to be recording. The rapper. Sorry, can't read. That's right, so I had to employ the services of this young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. I know the audience is like, holy shit right now. Like this guy? So with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. This guy's fucking stupid. Look, everyone's thinking the same thing, like, this motherfucker. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. What the fuck ever, dude? Try saying that in court, like, oh, I killed all these people, but here's my good intention. Like, what about the other guy who killed Giselle Brett with good intentions? I agree with him. Like, yeah, arrest this motherfucker. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Oh, I bet Sholmes can. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Alright, where's Sholmes? Now, I'd like to entreat all those present. Because he thinks... Yeah, this music's so nice right now. He thinks he's won. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Oh, I don't think so. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Oh, this music right now. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. Because he loved his brother. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. When? My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the... oh my god, how do you pronounce that now? Aristocracy? Who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Where's your evidence? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? Oh my god. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Aww. Hi, Suko. That will do. Let the man speak. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. I mean, it's not really about them anymore right now. It's about you, Strongheart, you freaking cheater. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanctions deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Okay, who's gonna say it? Who's gonna say objection? No. No, stop
Objection.
this. Yes! I was so worried for a second. Get him, Naruhodo! Sorry, I'm so happy. You did it, Pip. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. The court has been reminded today already. We must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody this courtroom moments ago. Is he talking about the will? Revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Not you. Strongheart. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendants to speak at length. I merely point out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Strong. I almost said Zeeks, even though I was gonna click on Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Find the problem. I think we can reach a conclusion. Only 2 excellent pieces of evidence from the time. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said 3-page. Yeah, and the will's 2 pages. Explain what, counsel? Among the statement you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. That is so subtle. Oh my god. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. He fucked up. Ryunosuke. See, that's why you never say details from it. You're rambling on for 18 pages. Let me warn you about statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence?
Take that!
He's like, what? This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah, could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? Just threatened Ryu's life. Yeah, whatever. I'm about these pages right now. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black Wareham-like scrawls to this day. I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. could have easily said that Symbios, but he's... I don't know what he's planning to do now. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it's decided the 3rd page ought not to be
Objection!
sent. That seems illegal, though. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Consul. Bullshit, it's not. As it happens, I have the 3rd page document. He just brought it with him? He's like, this might be important. My father's message! Oh my god, please let Kazuma read it. It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. Too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. I know, I wonder how long he's been carrying it with him. My lord. The defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to his son to be read out loud. What do you mean it's denied?
Objection!
Prosecution agrees. Court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Just read it, you coward! Oh. You'll read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. You should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Hey, Mikotoba! Barry?
No.
If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? What a will!
What a monster.
That was gonna be the mansion line. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. What? Read this. What the hell is this place anyway? Oh god, I'm gonna cry. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's it? That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem? Twist thy head? Is the actual confession in Karuma? Father, what is Karuma? Uh-oh. Oh, he doesn't know. Pepe laugh. The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. He's had the final weapon the whole time. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, embodies the Japanese spirit. Dude, the files are in the computer. That's pretty crazy. And we've even had Karuma since mission 1. Dude, no wonder. God, everyone's lucky that Ryunosuke actually took it with him. It is not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Look at the... Oh my god. Twist its head! Twist its head! Twist its head! All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of the court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible with the will in the courtroom. I want the crowd to go, twist the head! Twist its head! Wait, what did he... Pursue justice, Lord Clement tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former minister, clearly was already devoid of
Objection!
faculties. The twisted karma? How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Dark. Well, shit, yeah, I want the whole crowd to say that. Literal, Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Yes, our boy here. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. I want Mikotoba to go run to the juror and just like hit the guilty on each of them. Just like run down the aisle. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime Capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. That's right. Lord Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Twist the head. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Here, can we look at this now, or are they gonna make me do it later? Oh. Mighty Karma, twist that head. Oh, there, it's happening! That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh! Dumbass. Oh shit! But it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? Mr. Asugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilts? You don't think... Oh! There it is! Ah! Look what's inside it! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? There it is! Oh my god. There's scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma. Nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Oh my god. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Can I read it? I can't read it. Last will and testament. Okay, well I can't read it, so they'll probably have to read it to us. We just found the evidence. Can't believe— oh, you can read scribble. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Ryunosuke just discovered new evidence. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, to present some decisive evidence now. It's all over, but can we present evidence? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Wait, my lord. As it happens, look at that, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. I know, right, Sparks? This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Because I twisted the head of the Karma. Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escape. Wait a minute. Does that mean I ran over to Kazuma to open this sword? Because I have it as evidence, but I think he actually has it.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. Oh, it doesn't have him? But in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. Oh yeah, I think he did give it as evidence because like when he showed off his blade to show that the tip broke off, but I think after that it might be ours now. That's right, it was only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Grrrg. Oh, look at him cowering. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? Come on, did he really not understand his dad's message? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asugi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. Oh, Zeeks! My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Oh, he's cowering.
Objection!
I'm so happy Genshin Asugi is so big brain, knew exactly where to hide it. Sucks that it took 10 years to find though. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? But the music? He's trying to rig it. Look at his face. That's the face of a man who's losing, by the way. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Close the door with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. No, somebody just start reading it. Yes! The boot! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Yo! I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Grr. They did pound a will that day. Look at him. It's exactly as the young. Read it out. No! Read it out. Read it out. You have a right to hear what's in that will. Well, well, my lord. It'd rather appear as though the proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sakes. Ryunosuke is gonna... No! Ryunosuke is gonna try to read it and Strongheart's gonna be like, la 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 in the background. Alright, let's see what this says. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asugi stands at my shoulder. His good friend? He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Oh, this is already so sweet and sad. Oh, look at them. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confesses to the following. Damn it, I just like the art, but I don't want the text. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. Damn it. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. You guys have Belmont vibes? However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Yo, Danny. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Wait. Oh, the headband. Well, yeah, because it's like a ponytail. If it was like a headband. The law is impotent against such vile blah blah menace this, menace that. Ooh, I like that art. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Aww. Got it. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. I knew it! I knew that he's professor because Strongheart made him do it. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but like, I fucking knew it. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asuki who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh shit. Yeah, he still killed 2 people, but still, like, he blackmailing somebody to continue killing people. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart, it was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. Look at this idiot smiling. He's still smiling. Wait, is it just 1 or 2? I think it was just the 1, right? And then Strongheart made him do the other ones. Because he only killed 4. Only. It just didn't make sense to me that the 3rd victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. He just wanted power. Okay, so it's 2, and then Strongheart made him kill the other 2. So use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. Oh, here we go again. Oh, it's for the greater good. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that he was weak. Lol. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Matt, yeah, like he fucking wanted a promotion, so he blackmailed a guy into killing the guy he wanted. Oh, God, it's like horrible bosses. Whoa. Which is why I took this place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. That's such a shitty reason. Now he wants another promotion. He just wants to rule the world. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. No. Oh, I'll be right back. I've been drinking a lot of water, you guys. Okay. Cliffhanger. I'm never coming back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Is everyone comfortable? Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. Sorry, I had to take a commercial break. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Him too? Everybody just killing people for promotions? Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. Yeah, the whole plot, this whole game, and so they just wanted promotions. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ugh. I forgot about that guy. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. Oh, did he just get in the way? A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. It all ties together. Yeah, dude was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Of course. Okay, hold on. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night? Last, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire. What do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. No! Can't live now this has happened. He has to shoot Enoch! What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him you could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Oh my god, this is kind of insane. Like, they even managed to link this guy at the end. Yeah, like, why? Okay. No, I think... Welcome, Rich. I love this game, too. I think Strongheart saw this as an even better opportunity. Because they're like... Because... He's just like, oh shit, here's an excuse to just kill Genshin and not have to worry about him babbling anything ever, you know? Like, I think he just saw this as an opportunity to further cover his own tracks. Or blackmail Jigoku. Oh yeah, maybe, because he wasn't allowed to speak either. Both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger. Shoot! I just think Strongheart is just that good of a manipulator and blackmailer. Oh my god, I can't believe the guy that shot... We were constantly... Or I was constantly wondering... about that gunshot in that case. And it was freaking him! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. Like, he's really willing to fuck up that, like, agreement and everything, just... When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So now you know what really happened. So this is Enoch's fault. For being there at the wrong place at the wrong time. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Maybe Tuspels didn't... Well, wait, no, yeah, when she was the witness, she was giving her testimony, she must have known. But maybe... She was there, so maybe she didn't, like, know who it was. Like, she just knew their faces, but she didn't, like, exactly know who she was talking to. Maybe? I don't know. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claims to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. I don't know if I believe this. Just before... Yeah, obviously cafe, I'm kidding. Jeez. No, I don't believe it. Yeah, like, we can't just take his word on what he said. Like, Jigoku's not here. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. Merely reminded him of that. With blackmail? Yeah, same, Billy. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think, I was like, he really wanted Asugi dead to further protect information. And so when he saw Enoch there, he definitely just saw that as like a better opportunity instead of keeping the agreement. And then like he had to coerce Jigoku into doing it to further protect himself. Bye, Bren. You're the one responsible for killing someone. But he did kill Gregson. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. But I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. This guy is so stuck up, like, up his own ass. He really thinks what he's saying is about justice.
Objection.
I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death. Oh, thank you.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. You did break the witness stand. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! I hate this guy, right? Think there's people that agree with Strongheart? I fucking hope not. Do you have any idea the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworlds were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. Same. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power and make others do your bidding, nothing more. Oh, he's bad. Oh, look at his eyes. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Get his ass! Oh, he's gonna blow up. Greg! Everyone's just watching him. I feel like Zeeks is enjoying this. Oh! Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. That's how he's blowing up? Oh my god. He stood up and started banging his hands together. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. To be so loud. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. He's a seal. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Oh, thank God he's not done. He's losing it. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. So, okay. What are you trying to say? You were right. I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld. And how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. Really been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed. No, you fucking blackmailed? Forced people to, well, blackmailed people to kill other people. Like, that's a crime, right? Even back then. Is he looking a little red? He's looking a little mad.
Objection!
You can't get away with this. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. Oh my god, it is more unicornish now. Like, messy. And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Blackmail! And I mean, threatening is illegal too. I mean, I don't know about that. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Blackmail or bargains? See, like, that alone is just proving how manipulative he is. He's taking blackmail, which he so clearly did, and called it bargaining. You all know the darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. And like, he was clearly behind all this. The whole assassination plot. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. This catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London. What might happen? The microphone, the little bear, or bunny. Everyone in London's gonna know this. To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles were a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, he's just summing it all up for the report. That it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. What would happen? What would is that it? I guess we're about to find out. Thank you, Jeff Wick, for 8 months. Hello, hello. Say a killer line to this guy. I know I need Sholmes to drop a good one-liner, and then just like he blows up in front of Sholmes. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be complete loss without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we'd accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. This guy will make up anything just to... God, I can't even think of the word. Just to be right. It's just a specific word I was thinking of. Yeah, I sure hope our justice system isn't corrupt, haha. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. No, won't! And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lord, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? No, because I feel like the public should hear this and see, like, is this the kind of law and order that you want? It's like the most corrupt. The fuck is this, Smash Brothers? No! He literally had people murdered. Seriously. Are you hearing this? Strongheart for Smash. Boo! Boo, Strongheart! This is the will of the British judiciary. Alright, Zeke's is like, I'm gonna need a drink for this. Oh, fuck you. Your rousing response, friends. I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn his situation in his favor. Like, this just shows how powerful a manipulator he is. Like, shouldn't that amount to all of the previous crimes he's been doing? Like, maybe I've been manipulated. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Good timing, right? You know, skate. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really one path left. I'm gonna use the bunny. The bunny, it's a microphone or something. Well, it's at least a radio. They recorded it. As I know only too well. Alright, what does Sholmes have for us? The only thing that carries any weight in court. It's hard evidence. What's this song? Alright, Sholmes is gonna save the day. But Mr. Naruhodo! What evidence is there to use at this stage in this trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... Where is it? Where's the bunny?
Take that!
Sholmes, save us! Present to you, Bunny Sholmes. You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. This song. Save us, Sholmes. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So bring you an ox court. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. All right, here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? Is it a hologram? Or what is happening? Oh my god. This is so ridiculous. He's just standing there like nothing's wrong. Like, hey. Well, look, I guess we have holograms. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. Wait, okay, did they say anything about holograms in the rules? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. Oh, I'd like to see them try. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Yes, get him! What the? We can't get an hold of him, my lord. Okay, I've seen this GIF on Google, and I was like, I thought this was like in one of the side stories, but now I have context. We just go right through him. Sholmes, I love you. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Look at him go. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar? I wonder what the invention known as the telephone. Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. He's a master troll. He's been trolling since the beginning of the game. I'm convinced now. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Talking like video chat, but in the form of a hologram. Dude, can he invent this for real life? He took telephone, created holograms. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. Ooh. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Zeeks is like, do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself for your shock arrival. Several technological leaps there. Poor father, I would have hoped you might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? With his little phone. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? The fucking queen, y'all. Wait, Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. The Queen heard all of this. She's probably livid right now. He leaked. Oh my god, Sholmes is leaking the entire court to the Queen. Imagine being that cool. Iris is with the Queen? What? What? Alright, where's the Queen? I want to hear the Queen's take on this. What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty and the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. He's so dead serious too, right? Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What's an apt description? A closed court session attended by elite members of judiciaries are rare events. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. That's pretty smart. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. Look, he's acting like this is not even a big deal. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Hey! Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. Look, he's literally live streaming. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'd be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. Surely he's the first streamer in history. Aww. You. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. Look how confident he is. I love him so much. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky? She calls the Queen Vicky. Oh my god. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. That was such a big flex, right? My audio's popping. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Zeke's really needs to sit down. V2 review with Shom's avatar. Oh, I would love that. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. We did it. We got it. You're fired, Strongheart. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Oh, imagine that. Dude, we got the queen in on it. How many times can you say that? Dude, this ace attorney is the best. Yeah, can we get Ryunosuke prosecuting him? The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty, the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Look at the holograms! Adjourns. Oh, whatever. Where's he gonna break it to? Where's adjourns? He broke his unicorn! Oh. That's pretty funny. Guilty! Guilty! Oh, that is like heavy. Is it gonna kill him? Okay. Oh shit. This is so cool. Yo! Oh, is everyone okay? There was a lot of people in that building, you guys. He's super guilty. I feel like the ghost of all previous victims were in on that. Oh shit, he looks cool now. Oh, I can't stop smiling. He really did get fired. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. For janitors were like, I have to deal with fire now. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asugi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But still can't- oh, my cheeks hurt! But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Man, so he's been worried about that will just randomly popping up for like 10 years. Ooh. Never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Oh, there's Sholmes. I was like, Sholmes left. Sorry about that, Zeeks. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Aww. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry. How can that be? Oh my god, Susato's gonna make him feel better. Zeeks, it's okay. Susato to the rescue. There is more to his last will and testament. Oh. I'm gonna cry. I can't handle this right now. What? She purposely held back info knowing that it wasn't the time. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Front and back. Eric, you have always looked up to me, and now you followed my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. My heart hurts too. Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. He's been hating this guy all along, and Clint in his will told him not to hate him. Like, obviously, he, you know, there's reasons he didn't get that, but like, this whole time he's been hating him for nothing. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Oh. It's okay to cry, Zeeks. It's raining. Clint. It's a horrible day for rain. Hey, what the It looks fine now. Where'd the fire go? Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seisho Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. Oh my god, I realized he's a lot like Dennis from It's Always Sunny. He said peak, and it just made me think immediately of Dennis. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. Like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step. He would have, yeah, he would have wanted to be king after that. Like, he would never stop until he was like at the very top. Until he like had every country in his control in some way. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopt your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Yo! He's back! Do you just make him appear? May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! I missed him! As a member of Judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Came back from the North Pole just for this occasion. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present at Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. Oh, saying such nice things about him. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, is he gonna apologize? Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. I forgive you, Zeeks. That's all we wanted. We just wanted a sorry. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. He's like, I don't know if I accept that. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The Truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. Everyone's crying. My best friend, Kazuma Asugi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master in logic of reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief. I'm well aware that with all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Music. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, that darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. We having a rival, I guess. That's the support. Yeah, so anyway, who's Iris's father? So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Oh my god, do you want to go to dinner tonight, Zeeks? Oh, look at everyone smiling. Damn it. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much! We won! Sholmes is a hologram. He's not dead, he's a hologram. So until our paths cross again somewhere. Oh, we'll still see you. Don't act like that's the last time I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna cry. Party at Vicky's house. Yeah, wait. That was an invitation, right? Right? That sounded like an invitation to me. It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrack Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barrack Van Zieks not guilty. Fireworks! Come on! I need a whole bunch of them. All the fireworks. Aww. Yay. We did it! He's not guilty! That is all course adjourned. Oh my god, can we just like hang out with everybody now? Can we invite Zeeks to dinner that Iris made? His new niece. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? I'm not ready for this game to end, you guys. Warning in advance, if crying makes you uncomfortable, I suggest you leave now because I will be crying for the rest of the game probably. Mr. Naruhodo! I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I know I'm gonna miss her, I'm gonna miss Sholmes. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. I'm gonna miss all these characters. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Yeah, because it's over! Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdicts, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. Really not sure why that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. That's very true. Hey, where's the smile? Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. He's waiting for his dinner invitation with the queen. Right, yeah, Sparks was all a ruse. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. Get him! I know. Right, Pigeon? I have like these side missions to do, but it's not gonna be the same. You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous work. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Yeah, where did he go? Oh, there he is. Mrs. Sato? There's another face like thunder here. But be salty he lost. We all won here, really. Oh my, he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. Oh my god, look at them apologizing. No, it is I who should apologize. This is so cute. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could. Oh my god. Clint's brother, Genshin's son, just together. He will hold his words dear. Kazuma-sama? I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Like, still about this will? Asugi's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first, that document survives. The second, cannot commit to paper. Oh yeah, what's this? What's that? I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude, my Japanese friend. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Think perhaps. Is it about Iris? Might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? The second wish is for Grace, Attorney Chronicles 3. Okay, he had the Baskerville story, right? It was like given to him. It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. No, he wrote it, but like, he kept it there because he didn't want, because what's his name didn't. Stop, not now, Oliver. This is a very serious moment. Get out of here. Hey, blubbies. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seisha and I will gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. Oliver, come here. the end. Oliver can fly now. Surprise. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? It's... Yes, it's Iris! Hold on. She's not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. Oh my god. That's the so he oh my god. Clint entrusted that knowledge to Asugi verbally so that Asugi could tell, for instance, and that's what he's telling him. Oh my god. It really is Iris. As a medical man, I'd like you to tend to her. Please, your only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Oh my god, for a second I thought he was gonna say yes. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked to me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I would for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... Oh. Never know though, do you? What life will break. Okay. So he had a backup. That's good. Good thing he fucking told him, by the way. Cause like he didn't know he was actually gonna die. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. Very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. Oh no! I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. You think she's gonna be born with the Iris hairstyle? I think so, soon. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, she didn't make it. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. Oh, is that the chest? There was precious little but an old travel trunk caught my eye. I'd clearly been well looked at over the years. It was top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Hey, that's what the subtitle says. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. That makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Aww, Zeeks is upset. I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. I'm great with children. What? Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife. Eric, you're an uncle! Congrats! I'm an uncle? So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl will forever be branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. And so Yujin knew, so he told Sholmes, and so that's why so that's why Sholmes is like all in the know of everything, and why he's so protective about Iris's father's identity. Oh my god! Sholmes is the best. don't believe it. I'm an uncle. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I could trust. Right, Sparks. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. So she left her with Sholmes! Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes, he took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. She had adopted like 5 people before even being born, right? I hope Clint knows that she's in good hands. Really, all it can be said is that I did it for the child. Was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba? Oh my god, her name was originally Ayame? Oh! Wait, does Ayame mean Iris? That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. I never knew that. Ayame's in Tenshu. Oh my god. There's so much happening. Iris. I had no idea. Naruhodo, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me in behind through my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Oh, his original theme's back. I'm so happy I get to hear it before the game's over. Mr. Sholmes, is that you? He keeps pinching him. Stop. He just loves this theme so much. Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you're simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that theme is the best ever. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh my god, does Iris know? Oh, Iris! Oh shit. Oh shit, look, it's your niece! I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too, yes! Uncle Zeeks! What? I'll go visit your niece! I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, poo. Yeah, don't disappoint your niece. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. No, I want Zeeks to hang out with his niece. Alright, Iris, thank you for your help earlier. Please send me the awkward guy in the corner at the parties. I want to see that! Go have tea parties, damn it! Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch, stop pinching! One final pinch goodbye, was it? However, no bark. No bark. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Oh my god, wait, where are they going together? Accompany him where? Certainly. Where are they going? Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Oh, there they go. Where? I don't know. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. On a date? That's what I'm thinking. Try to be really subtle about it, though. Surely not. No. No, Toasty, he's fine. Dude, Oliver, you look so angry. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from the disrepute, your battle's just beginning, Charlie. Sorry, it's been a long day. I can't even read anymore. Edward, it was all Strongheart. He was behind everything, pretty much. Not surprising, but we were right. Fuck Strongheart. Some time to himself. No, go be with your niece. I don't understand. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Naruhodo. Kazuma Asugi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Oh god. This is our last dinner. I thought it was fun, Pimp, because it's just like more and more information, like more and more led to it. And it's just like when you finally get to say it was him, it's just like a huge relief off your shoulders. Probably Flame. Oh wait, does Sholmes get his pheasant? I have not, Joker. I'm home. Hey, Ginny's here. Ah. About time you got here. Been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. You have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Same pigeon? Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. He's not impressed. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Why the deuce did you say so before? Remember, his memory's really bad. He says, remember he solves cases and he forgets, so then he sets it all up so he can solve them again. And why the deuce did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Look at them! They're hanging out together. I love him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. But not a moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. I do remember him. Eggert Benedict. Ah, Runo, there you are. Hello, Iris Van Zeeks. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. I want to see everyone sitting together. Wait, is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me Copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. Diver. She's gonna be a diver? You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turn dick. See? What? Well... people can change, you know. Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? Oh my god, is he gonna give it to her? It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown has been retouched. That watch was his pride and joy. This theme? A symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. Oh shit. Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yeah, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I'm so happy they're not letting her give up. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. Pimp the sad stuff's never gonna stop. It's the end of the game. No, it's her theme. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. No, we already found him! Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think Gina might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real dad is. Of course I have. Wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I'm gonna cry. I don't know if she heard. I don't think she did. She was busy dealing with the queen. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runa, Professor, Mickey. Professor Mickey. Not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apologies to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my dad is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what's his name or where he's from. Oh my god, this is so sweet. Don't you agree? Early? I don't have tissues with every word, Iris. This is so sweet. Sholmes, you can cry too. It's okay, we're all crying. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes. Pigeon, join us. Join us in the tears. I think I have to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. Sorry, it's hard to read while I'm crying, but a moment ago I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. and I should never have experienced it. We're not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ah ha 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 ha. There he goes. No, I want to hear the violins! Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations. Returning in the evening. Daniel C, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Returning in the evening. Sweeter rooms. There's always warmth and happiness to be had. I'll take a virtual tissue. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Home. This is our home. We're never going back to Japan, Naruto, ever. Even though we do. Fuck it. Virgil tissue. Oh my god, Virgil branded tissues. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Virtual. I've certainly had some unforgettable experience whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. No! Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? Are you alone? Are you Mikotoba? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Alone? Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumble across the crust of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. Dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato must arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. Ah, okay. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. Damn, so they really went all out to protect Iris from the story. I see. Something I've never understood. Is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato-san came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we wouldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right. And because Shomes had told me how astute she'd become. I mean, yeah, she would have found out no matter what. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. Oh yeah, Iris is definitely gonna find out on her own. She hang out with Vicky watching the broadcast. Well, yeah, that part's kind of confusing because I think she left momentarily to like make tea or something. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. No, I don't want to leave Shomes. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Sorry, the music. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be in the way things turned out. That's the first time. With Kazuma, Susato-san, Mr. Shomes all gently pushing me in the direction. I think that's the first time we see him without his coat, and I was just like, hello, Shomes. Aww. Oh, it's too slow. Game's gonna do it. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world. Same, but it was like a month. But always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Same. Shomes tattoo when? What do you mean, when? It's already happened. No, I'm just kidding. After the Virgil tattoo. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well done. I must say it's extremely welcome news. Shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, we'll bid you good night. Does she not want to leave either? Susato-san. I just want to let you know I'm back. She'll definitely go with us. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? I don't want to leave Shomes and Iris. I really don't. Can we stay in London? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? I can't. Please don't play this music right now. Susato-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. Why don't you go with us? It'd be a great help to Kazuma going forward. And we know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. Say it! She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. Should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Rio, come on, you have one job. Say it. Oh yes, you're right. Come with us. Screw Kazuma, he can find a new assistant. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. Come on, if that's not an invitation to ask her to come back, then what is? So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. She's our assistant. Although I think asking her to go back to Japan would be holding her back though, because she actually has like way more opportunity in London since women aren't even allowed in courtrooms in Japan. I feel like it's fair to her to just have her stay in London as much as I'd like for her to like be with Naruhodo. You know? Well, Ryutaro is still. Susato-san. Thank you. That's so sweet. It's sad. But we need our assistant. Can't believe this day has finally come. Oh my god, it's feel like I'm saying that. The day where I actually finish this game and I have to say goodbye to everyone. Really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, I don't know what to do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Well, I wish you weren't going. But we have to come back and visit, so you will. It'll only take like 50 days. Nah, Sholmes belongs here. Oh, they have to say bye to each other again. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. That case was so fun too. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Susato-san.
Oh, thank God it's being voice acted now.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
He showed up!
Sorry?
He got off the plane!
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Aww.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
What?
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Okay, calm down there.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Join us!
What? I mean, I would
Say yes, you
very much
fool.
like you to come with me.
Yes! We did it!
But aren't you...
Oh my god. Wait, we get Karuma and Susato?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
Oh my god, he said it.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all.
Fuck
But
is
that's
that
what I
supposed
like
to mean?
about you.
Oh. Oh. Hello.
You mean you knew about this?
You like me? Oh.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
I mean, that's polite.
Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him.
I mean, send a letter.
Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Aw.
Of course.
It's kind of sad though, because like, best friends can't hang out anymore. Yeah, you've never been a burden, Susato. Don't ever say that about yourself.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
I love it.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
Aww.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Stop saying that about yourself, Susie.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Aww.
Ah,
Like they're both
what's
just.
wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
She knew he was gonna say yes. Oh my god.
It is?
Everyone's just laughing.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
This is so cute. Okay, but what about Sholmes? Is he gonna pull the same shit for me? He's gonna be like, no, hold on. I was wondering if I could join you.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Iris.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh my god, they're gonna do the Mitsuhide Nobunaga thing. I know, I love them all. Oh god, no. The anime. Oh, it's just a rendered cutscene, but still, I can't handle this right now. No, please stop. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Like, I am Naruhodo.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
They already did.
A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
They mean partner in a very specific way, by the way. Aww. Is the game gonna end here?
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
That was a really nice screen. I should have
As if
screenshotted
I
that, but
could.
I'm
Ryunosuke.
under a lot of emotions right now. I couldn't think.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much.
I love you.
I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I love you.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Say goodbye. I refuse. I'll never say goodbye to him.
Especially when I visit you in your country.
He's gonna visit us.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
How about like tomorrow?
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Open arms.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah, Grace is turning 3. Sholmes in Japan. He'd love it. Bruno, Iris, come with us.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I've been waiting all game to hear him say, my dear fellows. I love you. I'll see you soon.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
I don't want it to end. God, look
The
how cute
peculiar
Iris
twist
is.
of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Grace turning 3 could still come out. It's not over for
Still.
us.
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Objection.
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh.
The ship, with our friends from the east,
It's our
sailed
story.
steadily towards the distant horizon. But
Same
Sholmes'
toward-
face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, such a nice transition. Oh my god. I can't.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice
Get ready.
ring out.
Objection.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
But we don't. This is so heartbreaking. Objection. Are the credits real similar to the first games where they're just walking together? Oh god, it's a freaking John Hughes movie. I'm no prey of electrical goods. What are the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided to absence from London is in order. Sojourner distant climes, what? The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. He's coming! He's heading to Japan! I said tomorrow and he agreed. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion and invented his vault to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. She made me cry too. I didn't even get a letter from her and she made me cry. Oh my god, Zeeks. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, having retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. Oh, that's his? But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Aww. I love these credits. Capcom, we need more. It was fun and emotional. Gina and their dog. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now. A to Z. The whole lot. Let's clear a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here keep doing for Londoners. Yay, Gina can read! I only wish I could said how grateful I was before, you know? Zuko, thank you for the 16 months and the tier 2. Oh, the music changed. Gina, I'll miss Gina too. She grew on me for sure. Oh, stop. Stop! Gina, the truth is I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education, the art of deduction a la Gregson, as they say. Playing everything from the friends we met. Yeah, it's freaking hurts. Oh, this guy. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of Minister of... Who? Sholmes? Hey, objection! The Blake Arbor statement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. What was his cash counsel for the defense? And women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Susato sends the British courtroom all the time. I'm doing a wonderful job. Oh my god, what is happening? Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Oh, Sonaga's in trouble again. Sosakita's cats. Oh my god. That's who we employed as legal team? Oh god. Oh hey. We get closure with them. Mom, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Aww. That was sweet. Ryunosuke had to go back because there's literally no other lawyers. Imagine Soseki. Who else is left? Strongheart. I mean, oh yeah, you. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bear, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish to thin air sometimes. Aww. Oh, why is this game perfect? When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand, the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. She knew. She was able to keep it on the download pretty well. Yeah, where's your key? Oh, you're not Hugh. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Oh my god. Everyone calls me a Peppino and I sell the spaghetti. It's more redder than my hair. Everyone, they call me Non. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. In prison. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Oh my god, they're all just gonna con people. That's so funny. Like, he's just eating spaghetti in prison. Best theme. Kazuma! When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care. Stop. I can't. Oh my god, do we get the stroganoffs as well? Oh. I've made some tea in our Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. That's us. She said it. She said the title of the game. She said the thing. I've lost track of them. Oh no! I can't with these final photos. No. I like the first one's more because Shomes is cuter in it, but I like this one because look, Kazuma's in this one. I can't. Are they gonna walk in the other credits? Yes! This is so happy. I'm gonna cry even more now though. I don't know what to do other than cry. This is so amazing. Oh my god, it's Ryutaro as well. We're gonna get the whole fucking cast. Oh, the cats! Oh, Ryutaro's not joining us. Oh my gosh, going through all the cases. Hosonaga, Saseki. All the cats went to Saseki. We're getting everyone. There she is. All the models. The first game had credits like this too. And it's like, it's my favorite. I'm so happy the second one also does. It's such a simple, amazing. Oh my god, look. Just wait to do credits. Yay! They're walking together. Oh, fuck you, Shamsphere. He actually walks with them now. That dude, I forgot. Oh my god, so sicky. He's just showing off his final animations. Oh, he lost his balloon! She still has the Shoms thing. Oh my god, this is making me so happy and I'm sad. I want it to be over. They look like fighting game characters. What the hell is this? Oh, he's bowing. Can Zeke's walk with us? Come on, Zeke's, join us. Walk with us. Come on, come on, come on. Damn it. Yeah, BB Hood, by the way. Walking Nipponi's friend. I hope Mikotoba joins us. No! Is he leaving us? Oh, because technically he's gone for a bit. So that might be... Oh, look at them! Yo! That's where they are! That's where he ran off to. Okay, now walk with them. God, Jigoku's like 9 feet tall. Oh, there's the clap. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, like so tall. You want to leave his partner on the dance floor? Oh, bless him. Oh, Kazuma! Oh, hey, when did Sholmes come back? I'm just screenshotting everything. Oh, and then they're going to Japan. No, I don't want it to be over. What do I do now? What do I do? It's over. I don't have anything to live for. Yo! Ugh. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm just so freaking... I know that art was so cool. I'm so freaking empty now. That didn't even take that long to complete. Oh no, the screen's gone. I know there's still side stories, but it's not gonna be the same. Who's been cutting onions? Friggin' Capcom, how dare you cut onions? Okay, Capcom, less cutting onions, more Great Ace Attorney 3. How about that? Oh, I love this game so much. I love this game. I love the characters. I like the characters. I love the music. But the side stories and the easy out of the withdraw after the main game. It's honestly genius. Yeah, I'm excited for you to see what you missed, Kargash. Same, Tornix. I think it's... I really like the old music, or old soundtracks, but... God, this one... And it's like, it's not even just the music itself, it's the timing and everything. Like, when they decide to play music, when they decide to, like, remix songs, and, like, what moments in the game to put them, so like, everything's just so expertly done. We need more, please. Please buy this game and support it, so you can prove to Capcom. Oh shit, RX, thank you for the 100 bits. Biddies for the feels, thank you. So we can tell Capcom that we want more. It's literally $40 for both of these games. Thankfully, Capcom decided to translate this finally. Yeah, localize it. These are from 2015, 17. We finally got them. Feels happen. I saw their alt outfits. I was actually thinking about keeping Susato in her other one. He looks cool. Yeah, she's so cute, but I just wanted her in the default. Totally not Wayne. Thank you for the Prime Gaming. Aww, look at him. I could be a Devil May Cry fan and still want more Ace Attorney. Copperlet saw. I actually like the Herlock Sholmes names. I feel like it gave it more personality. But yeah, I have these other short episodes to play, which I will. 100%. I will definitely be doing these soon. Maybe sometime next week. But it won't be the same. Oh, look at the art director. Finally buy this on Switch. Yes, do it. Why are my alerts not? Oh my god, hold on. My alerts weren't showing on stream. What is that? Was that a humble purchase? Doesn't say. I said the same about Scarlet Nexus. Yeah, well, a bunch of shit came out. Sorry. Mentioned it earlier, but we're so into the game. What the alerts? Yeah, I noticed earlier, but I don't know. Yeah, they didn't. Well, I heard like the side mission or side cases, whatever, for episode 2 were more like jokey, so that's why they included it in the collection. You're still here watching. All right, I'm gonna look through all these, but this is the end of our story journey. Thank you everyone for joining me. I absolutely love this game, and being able to stream games like this and loving them and having chat just be all really involved makes the experience that much more special. So thank you everyone who participated. This is one of my favorite games I stream. I think this one's probably, or Ace Attorney 2 is probably my favorite Ace Attorney game right now. I don't know if it's like the hype talking, but I just, these characters are so hard to beat. I was apprehensive about Ryunosuke because I was like, I'm not gonna like him as much as Phoenix, but I love Ryunosuke and I love everyone else. Thank you for joining. Oof. Oh no, thank you. I'm gonna stream regardless. It's more important that you guys show up and make this journey that much more special.